What's up, everybody? How you doing out there? Thinker St. James here with you on this Thursday evening. ATFC. What is it? Where is it? Why is it? We're going to find these things out together. It's ATF Championship 30 Buxoro. The name of the event that we are going to be watching tonight. We're going to get that thing started in about 10 minutes time. I believe that this is a promotion out of Uzbekistan, so expect a lot of wrestling. That's all I'm going to say. We'll see. We'll see how it is. Supposedly it's MMA. We're going to find out together, and we're going to have a grand old time, assuredly. Boom. Cracking the bullwhip. Love it. What is up with all of you fine people? TJF is here. Yama, WTJF. W. What's going on? Saratobia is here as well. What up, Queen? How are you? Lachlan is here. Out of nowhere, brother. Post it in the Discord, my man. Post it on social media. Make sure that you are following at Yama Show on Instagram and on Twitter. Always will keep you posted on our start times for watch-alongs. This one starting in about 9 minutes time. The link to the event that we're going to be watching is in the description of this live stream that you are currently watching right now. Click the link, get it up on another screen, free to play on YouTube. So check it out, get it ready, queued up to 000. I'll give you a start time, and we will get this thing underway. Pre is here checking in over on Twitch. How are you, Pre? Good to see you, brother. Got to mention my boy NetSpend before the stream starts. Glad you got that in there, TJF. Thank you for that. I'm sure that NetSpend is very, very happy that you did that as well. Meat Rocket is here screaming about martial arts. Correct. That is right. Haven't gotten into the yelling just yet. But give it time. Pre, got some bad news. Might not be here for the UFC card next week. Oh, no. Got a 12-hour shift the day of the fight, then back into a 12-hour day the day after. Golly, boy. So you got zero time to stay up and watch. That sucks, Pre. I'm sorry to hear that. If things change, you know we'll be here. If not, you come on back and we'll talk about it afterwards. Either way, I hope you get to watch the card. Hope you get to enjoy it. NDT, what's up? Are you watching FFC or Budo tonight? No, we are watching ATFC from earlier in the day. I didn't see either of those other events on tonight. Actually, I think I might have seen FFC, but we've already done that on the channel. So we're trying to get one watch of every promotion under the sun in there before I die. So we have to keep spreading it around a little bit. But be assured that Budo is one that I have been wanting to watch. I believe that's Budo Mexico, if I'm not mistaken. That's one that's on the list. One of our buddies... from FFC actually, right? Was on that card. So we're going to have to circle back around to those. But we will definitely be getting into it at some point. Rest assured, we will be watching every promotion ever possible. As long as they're doing fights, sometime in the future, we'll find a time to watch them. Doing good. I'm doing great, Sarah. Thank you for being here. Yes, doing good. Life is extremely stressful right now, possibly the most stressful it has ever been, potentially. But, you know, I just jump from stressors to stressors to stressors, and the constant, the rock at the center of all of it is Yama to keep me grounded, keep my head leveled, make sure that I am on course with you fine people. That is the power of the Blood Palm coming together to make sure that this ship continues on course. Probably not going to be putting money on CP fight unless JDM, a decent underdog. I would, I haven't seen the lines yet for the protest fight. I would think that JDM is probably going to be the dog unless they have it as a pick'em. But I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Of course, we will be live at 4 o'clock in the morning on Saturday morning for that event. So be ready for more craziness when it comes to the start times and your sleep schedules if you are in North America. You'll pop in to drop your predictions pre. All right, sounds good, brother. I appreciate that. I'm sorry that you got that work schedule thing going on. That sucks. I hate when work gets in the way of fighting. I never like anything to get in the way of the fights, you know? So yeah, I told you Takeru would destroy Rodtang. Did you say that? Did you say that that was going to happen? If you did, I think you might have said that you thought that he was good. If you said that he was going to destroy Rodtang, congratulations. You were correct, sir. Crazy. That was, yeah, what an event one championship was. One samurai. I'm staying up all night to stream Friday, so I'll just stay awake for UFC. Yeah, there you go. Hate that it's so early. I mean, you can probably schedule your stream to end right then for that and then just go right into it, Sarah. Thinker thrives in chaos. I'd like the chaos to subside at some point, man. I'll tell you. It's like just when you think things are going well, it's like people. It's always people that have to be the thing that throws monkey wrenches into the works, but you cannot control what others do. You can only control what you do. And right now, I am being the man. That's what I'm going to do. That is what I'm going to continue to do. That is my commitment to you guys. Rodtang took a dive, though. I have heard this narrative going around. I have heard the narrative that people are thinking that the Rodtang fight was fixed. I don't know why they're saying that. Because really, if the Rodtang fight was fixed, Rodtang could have gone down and stayed down to any one of the 3 other times that he was dropped in that fight. So I am personally not buying the fight-fixing allegations when it comes to Rodtang versus Takeru 2. I did not say Takeru would destroy him. I actually said the rematch was pointless. Rodtang obliterated Takeru easily in the first fight. Yeah, I was like, okay. I don't know if anybody thought Takeru was going to win this rematch. Crazy. It was certainly crazy to see that dude tanking every single shot that Rodtang threw and laughing the entire time. He was a man possessed. That's my plan. I'll either end it or watch it muted while I stream if there are a bunch of people to chill. Hey, there you go. A CB UFC watch along. You might be creating history right there. That might be a first. Yama, your boy might get a raise tomorrow for 90-day review. Let's go, TJF. I hope that you are of the caliber deserving a raise, and I definitely hope you get that. I remember saying, you saying Rodtang was going to destroy Takeru. I mean, I thought he did. I thought he was. I had every reason to believe that he was. I think the majority of the planet did, you know? And honestly, I mean, I didn't really know if he was going to destroy him. I don't know if I said that exactly. But I thought he was going to win the fight for sure. He didn't want to make it obvious. See, that's the thing, though, right? There's a difference between not making it obvious and then sticking it out through 3 knockdowns. You know what I'm saying? After knockdown number 2, I would have thought the third one would have probably been okay. But he still keeps on going, keeps on going, keeps on going. Like, I don't know, man. What I'm curious about is why would Rodtang throw the fight? Like, what? I mean, obviously money is always the incentive, but why? Like, you know what I mean? Like, where's that money coming from? What would be the purpose of paying him to drop the fight? Like, his contract in One Championship is over, so One Championship might not have any interest in it. Or maybe you're saying, oh, you know, One Championship paid him to drop the fight in his last fight on the contract to devalue him. I mean, I guess I could probably spin up a couple of narratives that make a little bit of sense, but I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it based on watching the fight. But I don't know. I mean, when he was hitting Takeru, it looked like pretty good shots. That's why everybody was like, God damn, how the hell is Takeru tanking all that shit? But again, anything could happen. I don't know. I just think that a lot of times people are very quick to jump on fight-fixing allegations. I need a little bit more substantive proof before I go down that road. Rodtang was legit crying and very upset he did not want to lose. Yeah, I mean, it didn't look like it anyway. If he was throwing, it was a very convincing throw. He was being performative. I don't know if Rodtang's that good an actor, bro. I didn't watch the fight. I'm just saying what I saw, so don't listen to me. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, well, you know, a lot of people say a lot of shit on Twitter. All right, we got 1 minute until we're going to get started with this thing. Of course, make sure that you have this event queued up. The link is in the description of the stream, people. ATFC 30 Buxoro. We're going to be getting into this in 1 minute's time. I honestly could see the fight being fixed. It was in Japan, and Chatri is involved. Maybe throw the fight, not to get sued. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, there are versions of that type of thing that would make sense if you really want to, like, nuts and bolts it, if you really want to, like, create the narrative. But I don't know. Again, it seemed like a pretty solid performance if it was a throw. Because he could have, because it would have been even more poetic if he had gotten knocked out in the first round the same way that Takeru had got knocked out in the first round. Peyton Talbot finna whoop Umar Nurmagomedov. Oh, are they booked? I don't know if I heard about that one. Either way. All right, guys, we're going to get started with Buxoro here, ATFC 30. Make sure that you are queued up. Get that sorted there. Sounds good. All right. If you are queued, if you are ready, we are going to start this event right now. So make sure that you are at 000 start of the live stream, and we are starting this thing in 3, 2, 1. Let's jam. All right, there's your timer. All right, underway. We are looking at a ring with an octagon in the middle of it. It's both a circular cage and an octagon. Inception. Flame within a flame. Conceptual. Did Rodtang retire? Was that his last fight? It was his last fight in one championship. The rumors are that he is contemplating an MMA debut, but that remains to be seen. Yeah, right, exactly. What's the timestamp? It was a 000, so the very start of the live stream. And this timestamp up here in the top of the screen is correct right now. So 45 seconds or so. We're looking at it. A circular cage. Clips in the background. They're just getting set up. They're figuring things out. At least the stream is up. We're hearing a dude speaking in Russian or Uzbekistani. I don't know. I don't even. What do they speak Russian in Uzbekistan? I would assume they do. Maybe I'm wrong. Looks like they're doing a sound check right now. But yes, this promotion is out of Uzbekistan, I believe. You showing the fights, Meat Rocket. Come on, man. Shout out to all of the new viewers, all of the new subscribers from the One Samurai event. It was really actually a very good one for the channel, so I appreciate all of the support. To be clear, we will not be showing the fights. But I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. Hope you're having a good week. Hope your week is going well. Hope it is less turbulent than mine. So much, change is the only constant, right? Change is the only constant. It's just crazy to me when you've got a good thing going, it seems, and people just don't want to recognize that, can't recognize that, don't see it for what it is, whatever. Again, this is, I think, the big takeaway that I have. Oh, we just changed. Oh, okay. What the hell? What is all this? They're doing a camera check. Okay, so we've got like 5 camera angles. Somebody was just on the switcher playing around. Oh, pyrotechnics check. You do realize you could have done all of this before you started the stream, right? But anyway, what I was saying is the major takeaway that I have from this period of my life is it is not your responsibility nor your place to try to realize or rationalize or get into the minds of anyone else. People are going to do what they think is the right thing to do. Everyone thinks that they're navigating in the correct way for the most part. And you just have to conduct yourself accordingly. So don't try to get into the minds of people that you will never understand. All right, One Samurai was a great event. I passed out, woke up in time to stream the last 3 fights, so honestly perfect being in the U.S. True, dude. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you only did the last 3, then you missed one of the title fights. I think you missed the Haggerty fight, if that's the case. But the title fights were all really, really good. The whole card was good. I really had a great time doing One Samurai, man. I really loved it. I had so much fun. It was great having everybody who stayed up with me. Thank you so much to the people who stayed up with me in the chat. You guys are awesome. You know, 1:30 a.m. to like 9:30 a.m. It was a long stream, dude. That was a full shift at work. But it was great. It was a fun time. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change's going to come. There you go, brother. It's so true, dude. I love asking all streamers who's showing the fights. Well, thank you, Meat Rocket. I know you love to troll. I feel like we get the best of you in this chat, Meat Rocket. You know you're a part of the Blood Palm, so you only troll in a very acceptable and respectful way. I appreciate it. I remember passing out on Brian Ortega versus Sterling fight and waking up after every round. Longest 5-round fight ever. That fight was bizarre, dude. That is a fight that I would definitely categorize as bizarre. Jeremy Hall is here. What up, Jeremy? What are we watching? We are watching ATFC 30 Buxoro. You can find the link in the description of this live stream. Get it queued up. The timestamp right up here in the corner of the screen is correct at current. Get yourself queued up. Nothing has happened yet. We just started a couple minutes ago. I fell asleep, woke up to Thinker yelling beanbag. Ooh, that's a beanbag. That's a beanbag. How many subscribers did we gain on Wednesday? That, I don't know what the actual number is, but I think it might have been around 20. I think something like that. Maybe a little bit less than that. Maybe like 15 or so. But either way, it was a good amount. And I think Hydra said that it's the most viewed live stream on the channel now. So that's cool. I don't really get too excited about numbers like that on those kinds of streams, though, because a lot of it is people looking for the fights, coming in for 5 seconds, realizing that I'm not showing the fights and leaving. So, obviously it's not like, it helps the channel a little bit. The new subscribers, of course, are great, and I really appreciate that. I'm glad that there are people that actually enjoyed it enough to stick around after finding it. But I don't really go too crazy over the numbers when it comes to the viewer count because, it's not going to be representative of a greater rising of the status of the channel or anything. But it still is nice to see. Hopefully, we're going to start getting those kinds of numbers on the videos at some point. That's going to be real good. Bro, they are saying that Rodtang's fight was fake. You buying that? Yeah, Jeremy, we were just talking about that. No, I don't. I mean, based on what I saw in that fight, Rodtang would have to be a pretty goddamn good actor to be getting dropped several times, complaining about it to the referee. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm just not a good enough judge of acting when it comes to combat sports. You know what I mean? I didn't think Aljamain Sterling was faking it against Petr Yan with the illegal knee at first. So maybe I'm just not a good judge of that. I think I give people too much leeway sometime with that. I'm a little bit naive intentionally. I think I want to believe the best in people, which is often a mega downfall. But it didn't seem that way to me, and also I really don't understand where that's coming from. What would be the reasoning for him to accept that? Again, money is one thing for sure. People, somebody, I think it might have been Meat Rocket or TJF saying that, one championship told him to throw the fight in order to not have him get sued for the $20 million. I don't know. I don't know about all of that. There could be backroom dealings and stuff, and it didn't seem to me like it was faked personally. But again, maybe I'm just not the guy to recognize that. Ask Chase Parton. Chase Parton watches a lot of pro wrestling. He might be able to tell a little bit better than me. Oh, hey, I thought I muted you. Excuse me. Pardonnez-moi. Yeah, Meat Rocket buys it. I went back and watched. I agree. You can't fake getting dropped like that. At least not after the first one. You know what I mean? The first one I thought was not questionable. I didn't think it was questionable, but it was the referee was in the way and he kind of tripped over him. And it was there was just a little bit where it was oh, was that actually a drop or not? Rodtang got right up and was complaining about it getting counted as a standing 8 and all of that shit. So there were just things that were unplannable, I suppose, but I don't know. It just seems like a, That guy, I mean, like, you know, the other thing too is that it's like Rod Tang is like such a legend of the sport. You think that Rod Tang is just taking a dive at this stage of his career? Like, he's getting out of one championship after being like their biggest star for so many years. The guy's been fighting for 20 years, over 300 professional fights, nearing 400, and he's just going to take a dive at random now? Just seems strange to me. Hello, Uzbekistani ladies. I guess they don't have to cover their hair in Uzbekistan. Women in the crowd, lady laughing at her cell phone, Uzbekistani gentleman, dude in button-up powdered blue shirt. That guy's going to sell you a Rolex. I heard a rumor Rod Tang is heading to UFC. They're doing Muay Thai, talking about it at the gym. Bro, if they do UFC Muay Thai or Zuffa Muay Thai, I hate that. I really hate that. I hate that the UFC is just invading every other combat sport with these watered-down fucking thievery versions of it. As I said about the Conor Ben situation, the UFC just throwing money around like the fucking New York Yankees. Come over to Zuffa. We'll give you $10 million to fight Muay Thai, and then we'll have a Muay Thai product that sucks. You know, when there's actual Muay Thai going on in Thailand and on the other side of the world, no, we're just going to take that too. I don't know. I might boycott that too. Probably not. I love Muay Thai too much, but oh man, I don't want to support any more Zuffa products than I have to. It's like we already have like so much great Muay Thai happening at all times, and we need the fucking UFC version of that. UFC can't even fucking do MMA right anymore. They're gonna do Muay Thai right? Come on. All right, we've got music playing. We've got a very disinterested looking crowd. Look at these people. Look at these people. There are people milling around. There's more people. Are those the ring girls? They're wearing the same shirt. Kind of a sparsely populated arena here, but all good. If Rod Tang is done with one, what are they going to do? He was their biggest star. I mean, big stars get made all the time. No, I don't think any promotion is at this point all that worried about that when they're at the level like One Championship is. I think One Championship sells enough of a product on its own that they don't need to worry about having a breakout star just yet. Fucking Shimon could be their next breakout star, you know? Or fucking what's his name? Avazov or whatever, the dude who got that spinning elbow knockout for the championship. You know, he's from Uzbekistan too. So I mean, my point is that there are always new stars on the come up. You know, yeah, Adrian Lee, exactly. There you go. I'm here just finishing last hour and a half of work. All right, Chase, appreciate you, bro. Hope your last hour and a half goes well out there. Drive safe when you're on the way home. I agree, bro. RWS all the way. That's where my allegiance is. Yeah, same, Jeremy. I mean, like, I don't want more Zuffa meddling and shit. They think that they can just fucking, like, stick their fingers in every pie and everybody's just going to go with it. Fuck you. Again, they're fucking up the one thing that they're supposed to be the best at right now. Think about that. They are supposed to be the premier MMA product, and they are fucking that up. They are letting that piss itself down the drain, putting unnecessary money into boxing and then now possibly into Muay Thai. How about you fucking fix your own house first before you start building new ones? Pisses me off, dude. You're missing out. Zuffa boxing is sick. Dana fixed everything with boxing. Dana fixed, boxing was a mess, and then, God Emperor Dana White came down from the rock to fix everything. Thank the Lord in heaven for Dana White. Boxing would be lost without him. I straight up hate Zuffa boxing so much because it's literally the most skilled competition in the world, forced to fight in the apex for some money funnel bullshit because Dana is a power whore who needs to sink his paws in all things. Yo, NDT. NDT spitting the absolutest of facts. I don't care about the apex part of it. But yeah, just the fact that it's like you are a colonizer. You know what I'm saying? That's how I look at that shit. God damn it. Fucking camera, just stay, dude. Yeah, Dana is a colonizer. They are colonizing boxing right now, and they're trying to colonize Muay Thai, apparently. All right, sounds like we've got commentary, so this event might be starting here any minute. Only took 15 minutes to get it started. Over under on how many fuck ups this weekend from the judges? I'm going maybe I'd set the line at 3.5. I'm going 3.5 for the over under. And I'm taking the over. I'm saying 4 or above on fuck ups. It's in Australia, bro. Actually, I don't know. Maybe being in Australia might help it. I don't know. What do you think, Jeremy? Over under on 3.5 is the line. Do you remember when Borat said fuck you Uzbekistan when he saw their flag? Assholes. Yes, I do remember that. TKO is fucking up wrestling too? Oh, yeah. I didn't realize just how bad WrestleMania was. I've been listening to, when I go to sleep sometimes I'll listen to wrestling like commentary videos, and like a lot of times it's just kind of fluffy stuff to fall asleep to, but like I was listening to like some people's opinions about WrestleMania, and like I did not realize just how bad it was. The guy that I was listening to made a great point. He was like, all these celebrities come into the organization, they have their moment at WrestleMania, and then they fuck right back off to whatever it was doing that they were doing before they went. Whatever they were doing before they went to WrestleMania, they just go right back to it. And all of these actual wrestlers who spend their entire life getting themselves into the organization to the superstardom level, they all just have to take a back seat to fucking Travis Scott and Little Yachty and whoever the fuck else. Are these stars even that people care about anymore? It's like, I hadn't heard Little Yachty's name in fucking years. All right, we've got a ring announcer now, so I guess we're getting started with this thing. All right, assalamu alaikum, Uzbekistan. I was in shambles and Dana fixed everything. Bro, seriously. Dana White came to my house and got my affairs in order for me. What a guy. I talk all of this shit when it's like he literally got me out of credit card debt. Dana White credit consolidation services. Dana White fixed my marriage. You're taking 4.5? All right, Jeremy, I got you, bro. I got you. Wise decision. Dana fixes nothing. All other opinions are supporters of Trump regime. Yo, NDT. NDT is on the wavelength for real, bro. Absolutely. Storylines suck. Releasing talent that shouldn't be, etc. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's TKO or if that's Triple H or why that is. I'm very far removed from wrestling at this point. I don't know the in and outs of the day-to-day of that anymore, but I try to, I very, at a distance, keep an ear on it a little bit. Just, I find it fascinating more than anything else. I really don't watch the product or anything, but yeah, it sucks. That sucks. That sucks for the fans. I mean, you could see it, what I noticed about it early on, and this is purely off of watching Botchamania and stuff like that, is that you see every single thing is branded now. The Slim Jim table, the fucking, every stanchion's got a sponsorship on it. Everybody's wearing sponsorships, fucking all over the arena sponsor. It's like they fucking slap a logo on everything now. So yeah, I mean, it does sound like it sounds like the product is just completely watered down. Which sucks, Plus, I mean, I don't know how it is for fans nowadays, but maybe it's just, I'm jaded because I'm older, but I just feel also the wrestlers don't know how to act. So it really feels way, way, way phony now. I don't know when that shift happened, but I want to say maybe around the Attitude Era was the end of when they actually knew how to present themselves as semi-serious characters. You know? The Rock, Kane, Undertaker, like those kinds of guys, like they actually like knew how to be the character. Now everybody's like a cartoon character, and I just don't find it interesting. Super corporate now? I mean, it always was corporate, but like the problem is now you notice, you know what I mean? That's what you always got to be aware of if you have a product that is entertainment based, is that once you start corporatizing to the point that the fans recognize it, that's a problem. Tyler Betts is here. What's up, brother? Protester JDM, I'm going with Carlos Prates, my friend. It's bad because of social media. You have people beefing on TV and friends on IG hanging out. Yeah. I mean, you know, that was kind of bound to happen, I would say. Kayfabe had to have died off, you know, in the internet era. I don't think that you could really make kayfabe a thing at this point, but it doesn't help. And I mean, and honestly, though, Jeremy, I wouldn't be mad at that. I wouldn't be mad at that specifically if they acted in the product well enough. Wrestling is like hypnosis. Wrestling is a handshake agreement between you and the product saying, I'm going to go along with you for what you're presenting to me, and you present me with something that I can get behind. That's the handshake. You know what I'm saying? Like, so if what they do behind the scenes and put on Instagram and stuff like that, that wouldn't bother me. But when I'm actually watching the show, I want to be immersed enough in the product. Make me believe at least a little bit that these characters are somewhat grounded in reality. That's what it is. I'm not under any illusion that I'm going to believe it. I'm not actually going to be like, man, that's all real what I just saw. But at least like give me the impression of realism. The same way that if I go to a Broadway show and the actors on stage are bouncing off the fucking walls, chewing the scenery, I'm gonna be like, this is not good. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not enjoying this performance. Unless it's specifically supposed to be that kind of show. But that's my point, is that if wrestling is supposed to be badasses going in there and fucking pounding each other around and shit, then, you know, I want to be able to at least go with that. These guys have such terrible personas nowadays that I'm just like, this is just goofy shit. It reminds me of all, like, 'cause I think that's part of the problem too. It reminds me of all of the kids that I was growing up with when we would play wrestling, you know, on the trampoline back in the day, you would do wrestling moves and shit. Like, it reminds me of that. Like, those are the kids that are actually wrestlers, I guess. You know, they just never learned how to cut a promo or actually stay in character during the show. I can't stand that WWE wrestling crap. It makes zero sense to me. It's all fake. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying, Meat Rocket, is like you have to go with it. You know, like, and I'm willing to go with it. That's the thing. Like, I don't watch it regularly, but like, a perfect example, I was in Pittsburgh hanging out with friends of mine. They're wrestling fans, so I watched it. It was fine. I noticed that I thought everybody acted very, very fake, but the actual wrestling itself was fine. So you just have to like go with it. That's about it, you know? All right, first fight is about to start here. Asilbek Alanazarov. Jesus Christ, these names. Asilbek Alanazarov versus Madamin, and I couldn't read in time to get the last name. We have a very long evening ahead of us with a lot of very hard to pronounce names coming up. 2020 changed everything. UFC died after Apex era. Whole business model changed. Stopped caring about the sport itself. I don't think the Apex killed it. I actually like the Apex personally. I think that it's a fundamental lack of caring about the oversight of the sport, so that every week we have absolute bullshit when it comes to the reffing and the judging, and then putting priority in things like the White House card and not prioritizing the regular product. I think it's the Paramount deal that killed it, not the Apex. Because, as I said, when you pay $7.7 million for a product, you expect it to be advertising all day. You know what I mean? That's on the Paramount side. We need to recoup our money. I want ads at all times, whatever. That's part of the things that make it suck. On the UFC side, they just made $7.7 billion. They don't have to try anymore. The war is won. The competition is over. They made $7.7 billion. The fans are going to get what they get. They don't need to care about what you think anymore. They are locked into a multi-year contract. It does not matter to them what the level of quality of the cards are anymore. Why would they care? They made the bag. The contract's not going anywhere. Plus, not to get political, but just minorly so, the organization is politically connected as well. So there's no concern about them losing their power place. Dana is on the board of Meta. He's friends with the president. There's no concern when it comes to the brass of the organization that they're going to lose their contract or have to worry about sponsorships dropping or any of this kind of stuff. Like, they are so firmly ensconced. And the other reason I say that is because Paramount is also very close with the administration. So it's like, all of this, like the overlapping of sports and politics and all of this money that is going around all creates an atmosphere where the UFC has no incentive to try anymore, is what I'm trying to say. So yeah, who gives a fuck if the referees don't make the right calls? Who gives a fuck if the judges don't give the fight to the right person? They don't care. Why would they? JDM by round 3, knockout, too many cigs for Carlos. I ain't buying it. I'll believe it when I see it, but I ain't buying it right now. Carlos Prates went 5 rounds with one of the most athletic fighters in the promotion, Ian Gary. Sanjay's here. What up, Sanjay? Finishing lunch, just saying hello. What up, Sanjay? Good to see you, bro. Hope you're doing well out there. Glad you did not get fired. Take me to that special place. What? All right, Meat Rocket. I'm good on that one. I might fuck around and cut a WWE promo. Let's go, Tyler Betts. What you got, bro? What you got? I'm right here. I don't know where you are, but I'm right here. I'm waiting for your promo. Tyler Betts thinks he can come into my chat and cut a promo on me? Who are you? I'm him. Little known fact, every time that I yell about mixed martial arts, I'm also slightly cutting a promo. You and Sanjay both love the Apex? Dope. Same here, guys. The 3 of us love the Apex together. So gay, rich people only caring about the only thing they are sufficient in. So fucking gay. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I mean, again, dude, you get enough money and power, then none of it matters anymore. That is why competition is so important. This is what, people don't seem to understand why I say some of the stuff that I say. It's a lot of times what I'm saying is that the reason that competition is so important is because it doesn't let them just have that. That's why I'm hoping that the MVP card is so good. Or will be good, period, I guess is a better way to say it. I want there to be competition. I don't want the UFC to be able to just rest on their laurels. I hope JDM wins, but kind of think Prates might win. Yeah. All right, fight number 1 is underway. Ooh, good start. Nice takedown early. All right, we've got Alanazarov versus Rustamjanov. I don't know which is which, though. Oh, okay, they got glove colors. All right, so red is Rustamjanov. He's the one on the ground right now. Alanazarov is on top. What country is this, Jeremy? This is Uzbekistan. Nice side control for Alanazarov right now. I'm a choke slam meat rocket from the top rope. Let's go, brother. I'm gonna take your neck. I'm gonna raise it into the air. And I'm gonna slam you through the mat, brother. I always thought I could be a pretty good wrestler. I just didn't want to have to do the actual wrestling part. I could have been a good manager, I would have been like Paul Heyman. Hey, Johnny the God. What up, brother? W. Good to see you, Johnny. How you doing, bro? He had no desire to strike Jeremy. We're going to be seeing a lot of that today, bro. This is he's doing some nice work off top, though. Getting some nice striking going. Almost got a crucifix. Does he have it? Oh, he does have it. Holy shit. Bro just straight up made the crucifix happen. He literally took Rustam Janov's arm and then put it between, he like pulled it in between his legs. And it was just like, now I have a crucifix. That's funny. Yeah. Uzbekistan MMA events always deliver. Oh, if you like grappling, brother. Oh, back of the head shots. Oh, more back of the head shots. Referee looking right at it. We've got Uzbekistani refereeing. Yo, this dude Alan Nazarov is 10-8ing this round right now. Ground and pound. I've been fine, but I might have to sleep early tomorrow. Yo, I feel you, bro. I understand. I'm definitely going to be doing the afternoon nap. I might try to be a wild man and also do karate combat. I don't know, though. I don't know. How crazy could I get? I might try to do karate combat, take a nap, and come back for the UFC, but I'm worried if I do that, I might not wake up for UFC. Yo, Alan Nazarov is running this fight so bad right now. Back of the head shots are legal under the unified Uzbek rules. Yo, big facts. That must be why the referee was staring right at him. Staring at him, nodding, you know? He was like, yep. No, bro, keep going. Why you stop, brother? Karate combat. Oh, karate combat Saturday. Oh, there we go. Hey, beanbag. First fight, beanbag.
Oh, that boy got a beanbag.
Ooh, that's a beanbag. Damn, Alan Nazarov making it happen early. Starting this card off right, man. Good deal. I like it. Deserved, too, man. He fucking went in there and just made that fight his own. I didn't realize karate combat was Saturday night. All right, well, maybe we'll double up then. Maybe I'll actually just try to get some sleep tomorrow night. How do you like that? Do karate combat? I want to. I thought it was Friday night, but is it Saturday? Let's see here. Let's take a look, see if it is. Let's go to the greatest source around. Grabak, a hit, man, shout out to Kapoza. Doodle-it, doodle-it, doodle-it-doo. All right, let's see, Friday. Looking. Oh, they have one championship Friday morning, by the way. All right, no. Looks like you might be right. Oh, no, Game Bread is on Friday, though. At 9 p.m., no! And what happened to Yoel Romero? Wasn't Yoel Romero supposed to be fighting Hector Lombard? Oh, Kurt Hollabaugh is fighting on it, too. Oh, we got to do this, though. Holy shit. We're going to be watching a whole bunch on the weekend. Golly. All right, well, just when I thought I'd be able to get some sleep. Yes, it does look like karate combat is on Saturday, I think. I'm still looking for it, but it's not on Friday. Yeah, nope, that's not it. Where the fuck is it? Brave is on. Art of War is on. God, there's so much fucking fighting going on this weekend, as always. Cage Fury is on again. Yes, karate combat is. Okay. So, yes, karate combat is on Saturday night, but Game Bread Bare Knuckle is on Friday night, 9 o'clock p.m., so... Oh, I'm never going to sleep again. Sleep no more. I'm pulling an all-nighter, too, and then going to the horse races early Saturday. Damn, what a legend. Going to the horse races. Going out there to throw a little money on the ponies. Cool. There's a PFL on Saturday, too. We got to get back into PFL at some point. Josh Martin over there doing some new stuff. I want to give PFL another shot. Yoel is fighting, but Hector got pulled off the card for medical reasons. Damn it, dude. That was the fight I was really looking forward to, but I mean, not, really looking forward to in a relative sense. It's like, yeah, it's still old men, but at the same time, our dude Kurt Hollabaugh is fighting, so we gotta watch. And I love bare knuckle MMA. I mean, it's probably my favorite version of MMA. So, all right, we'll do that. Take a nap. Come back. UFC. Come back. Karate Combat. Come back. RWS. God, I'm gonna be on stream so fucking much. Yeah, there's no videos this week, people. Don't expect any videos this week. PFL is on ESPN2. Yes, yeah, we're gonna have to check back in on those guys at some point. Jesus Christ, I'm gonna melt into this chair. PFL has been pretty good lately without Don Davis. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, the new guy has been doing some good stuff. No breaks for Thinker. Brother, I love watching fights. I just hate that they're like so bunched up. Yeah, this is going to be crazy, man. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do every single one of those. We're going to have to see. But I'm going to try my best. I promise you I will try my absolute best. I will watch as many fights as this body of mine will allow me to. The Emma Bros, this is what we do. We watch fights. Pretty simple to me, We love watching fights, so we get together and we watch fights. I mean, there's not much more that I want in life, Are you interested in Benavidez this weekend? I think you did ask me about that, and you said it's boxing, right? If it's boxing, then no. Yeah, I am not a boxing fan. We can replay Karate Combat. We could, but when? I mean, fucking Tuesday? Not worth, I don't think. I wouldn't think. By Tuesday, it's already too far gone, I would say. I'm not opposed to it, but we've got, Jesus Christ, this next couple of days is going to be fucking wild. Because we've got now coming up tomorrow, Game Bread. Saturday morning, UFC. Saturday night, Karate Combat. Sunday, RWS. Monday, podcast. Tuesday, I finally rest. I put Octagon on my calendar. I always forget to watch. My brain always ignores. I want to watch Octagon, too. That's just another one that's like, I got to find the time for it, man. You can get a nap in Saturday in between. Yep, that's the plan. That is definitely the plan. I'm going to sleep in the afternoon. Can take a break Sunday, too. Yeah, Sunday during the day. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see about that, because that might be the one that I might have to sacrifice. We might not do Muay Thai this weekend, even though I think Marie Rumette fights this weekend, so I kind of want to watch that. You know me, I love my little Remy Rumette. Little Marie Rumette. I'm a fan. The Estonian queen. Oh, yeah. This is Amir Timur Fighting Championship, by the way. Amir Timur. Who is Amir Timur, I wonder? Let's find out. Is he a legendary Uzbek fighter? Amir Timur. Oh. No. Oh, yeah. Okay. Amir Timur is the military leader and former emir of the Timurid Empire. So this is named after a legendary figure in the area, I guess. Timur, also known as Tamerlane, was a Turco-Mongol conqueror, first ruler of the Timurid dynasty, and the founder of the Timurid Empire, which ruled over modern-day Afghanistan, Iran, and Central Asia. Okay. All right. Now you know. Ilya has a promotion. Bowie. Ever heard of that one? Bowie? I know. Yeah. He has WoW FC. Yeah. I did a very, very brief watch of WoW FC while we were waiting for another event to start. And it looked good. So, yeah, I would love to do WoW FC. I'd love to do a full card of that. Yeah. I am aware. The little bit that I saw, it looked really good. Production value was very good. It's out of España. Ah, gotcha. But yes, yeah, I am familiar with WoW FC. Oh, look at the big horns. I like that. They blow big, oversized trumpeter horns to start the fight. That's a nice touch. All your homies hail King Timur. Facts. Salute to the legend. All right, fight number 2 is Yakubov versus Avezlov. Yakubov versus Avezlov. Yakubov in the blue, Avezov in the red. All right, these guys actually standing for a moment here. Surprising. Who will be the first to shoot? Low kick misses for Yakubov. Both reaching, both looking very nervous to actually engage right now, honestly. Oh, that was a nice kick. Yakubov with some wild striking, Jesus. Flailing his arms around. Ooh. Did a jump in like he was going to throw a knee and then aborted midair. Abandoned ship. You only hail King Tyler Betts? Also based. One Tyler to rule them all. All right. Yakubov catches the kick but drops it. All right, guys, you got to fight. All right, there you go. That was a decent body kick. Do you really think Conor's coming back? I think that Conor has to fight once more to fulfill his contract, so I think yes. He'll probably fight. Will he fight Max? I don't know about that. Maybe. I think that it would make sense for him to fight Max, honestly. It would be a good way for the organization to squeeze the last little bit of juice out of both of those berries. Obviously, Conor off of the name recognition, even though he is no longer a mixed martial artist, and Max Holloway being on the decline, but still a valuable name as well. So if they do want to do that, then that'll make sense. And I do believe that Conor does still have the one fight to finish the contract out. So probably that, but if he ends up pulling out, then nah. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that we're going to get another, like, Michael Chandler situation where, like, Conor pulls out of a fight and then we wait another, half a year or some shit. I think that they're going to try to book him one more time. If he doesn't show up to that fight, they'll figure it out behind the scenes. That's what my gut's telling me anyway. Mario Bautista, stand number 3. What's up, brother? Tai Tuivasa via Showtime kick. I love it, dude. I fucking love it. I was listening to Chase Parton, my co-host extraordinaire. I was unfortunately not on the live stream, but I listened to the VOD of his very quality show, MMA Street Word, which if you are not watching Chase on the Street Word streams, I highly recommend that you do that. But Chase was bouncing around and looking at a couple of things about the upcoming card, and he zeroed in on Tai Tuivasa in his pre-fight presser, and he was making some amazingly good points about Tai Tuivasa, saying that, like, Tai Tuivasa is working to improve, not working to beat the fighter that's in front of him. And that was one of the wisest things I think that Chase has said. Like, Chase is a very wise guy. Like, and I'm not even memeing right now. He's got some deep wisdom at times. And him saying that, I was like, that is one of the most true things that I think anyone has ever said about Tai Tuivasa. He's been in the organization for as long as he has, and he's still working just to become a mixed martial artist. He's not working on putting together a specific strategy for his opponent. He's working on becoming the caliber of fighter that belongs in the UFC. And that is very frightening at the stage of the career that he is at. So shout out to Chase. Make sure that you are subscribed to my friend Chase Parton's stream. Even though he can't get off the ground, but still, you'd be surprised, dude. Some of those big guys are actually pretty agile. You know, Josh Hokett could. Josh Hokett could hit the Showtime kick. If Tuivasa fumbles a finish against Bum Sutherland, he needs to retire, and same goes for Junior Tafa. I picked both of them to win. As crazy as that sounds, I'm pretty sure I picked both of them. Actually, I might have not picked the Tafa. I might not have picked Tafa, but I did pick Tai Tuivasa to win. Because who is Tafa fighting again? I forget what my prediction was for that one. Withered Tai. He don't care what you think, Mario Bautista Stan. He doesn't listen to Jimmy on the feed. That was a pretty funny quote of his. All right, our second round of the evening is coming up after this glorified spar in round one. You think Prates is winning by decision or knockout? Yeah, if you can get a double up on Prates by decision or knockout, that's a pretty safe bet, I would say. But what do I know? Don't listen to me. Go by my track record of predictions. You know that I am not the person to listen to about this. All right, round two coming up. Why is the ref wiping him down? Wipe him down. Oh, yes, Tafa is fighting Kevin Christian. Yes, we did talk about that extensively on the podcast. I think I did take Tafa. I think I took Tafa on that one, I think. I don't know. That might have been one that I switched last minute. But yes, I am familiar with Kevin Christian. The dude who is supposed to be a guy who had, he's a high-level black belt grappler, and then he gets choked out by Billy Elikana. Choked beyond recognition. Oh, spinning back fist attempt by Yakubov. Tuivasa needs to retire regardless and take up his inevitable career as a high school gym teacher. Brother, he is an entrepreneur. That is a man who has a successful marijuana business. He ain't teaching gym anytime soon. Chase made another good point. Tai Tuivasa said that he doesn't even watch fights. And Chase was like, exactly. I was like, man, I am regretting my pick more and more the more that Tai Tuivasa talks. All right, takedown for Avasov. Nice elbows. Oh, Avasov trying to pin the hand. Oh, top down crucifix. That seems to be the MO in Uzbekistan. You just try to go for the crucifix and then have your way at that point. Nice. Oh, nice reversal by Yakubov. Damn, Yakubov, fucking what? Yakubov literally got off the ground, spun around to Avasov's back, and then turned it into full mount, and now he's got back control, and he's landing shots to the side of the head. Well, not right now. He's just controlling on the back, but there you go. This dude, Yakubov, he wants to win, but Avasov reverses again. Two-way grappling action here, people. All right. Avasov on top. See if Yakubov can reverse again. Trying to set up a head and arm, but he is in a terrible position for it, right up against the cage. He's on the wrong side. Still getting a good squeeze on it though. Oh, there's the reverse again. Nice. Yakubov reverses. But Avasov still trying for the head and arm from the bottom there. He finally lets it go. All right. Yakubov landing some good shots from the top now. Back into full mount. Oh, Avasov tries to buck him off, but gives his back up again. He's Supermaning right now. Yakubov landing some nice shots to the side of the head. What? All right, I mean, referee just waves it off. Okay. Seemed like intelligent defense to me, but maybe different rules in Uzbekistan, perhaps. Oh, well, a beanbag nonetheless.
Oh, that boy got a beanbag.
He only gets half of the drops, though, because that did not seem like a good stoppage to me. And he just runs outside of the cage. And now he's got to trot his way all the way back in. He had to do a full lap around the cage. And the horns are going off. That did not seem like a good stoppage to me. I could see Tuivasa getting gassed out for trying to finish Sutherland and become a blob fest similar to the Teixeira fight. Dude, I mean, that's always a possibility with Tai. All I am banking on is the fact that Tai Tuivasa is on such a bad losing streak and does not want to lose his job in the UFC. But he also did not seem to care too much at the press conference, so he might just go out there and lose. I need to be prepared for this mentally. Bro's doing the people's eyebrow right now. All right, he's on the microphone, giving his little post-fight speech. Of course, all of this is in what I assume is Russian, so kind of lost on your boy. Where's Meat Rocket? Meat Rocket, translate for us. What's he talking about? All right. ATF, it was very funny to me. There was another sponsor. The guy's holding a flag, holding up a banner flag with the name of the promotion on it, the promotion logo on it. And there was another guy with a sponsorship flag. And they were like jockeying to see who's going to get in front of the other to keep both of them in the frame of the camera. It's like one of you guys needs to, talk to the boss man and see who's supposed to be in front when it comes to that. You think about that as not being a big thing, but if that advertiser paid for full viewing of the logo and they get put behind the organization's logo on a flag, I wouldn't be happy about that. Yeah, they just showed the replay. You could see them both on the left-hand side of the screen. When I typed in ATF, the government came up. Yeah, this is not the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Fighting Championship. Or that would be an extra F. The Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms Championship. Buxoro. I'm sorry to ruin your mood even more. I won't be surprised if we see a couple robberies or no foul warnings this weekend. That's not ruining my mood, brother. I'm used to it at this point. I'll still be pissed about it, but I am certainly not going to be angry about it in a general sense. I can't be angry about it anymore. I will be selectively angry about it when it is appropriate to get crazy about it. But on the whole, I can't, I'll end up having a heart attack or something, you know? Yeah, exactly. Videos on alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. AKA party videos. All the fun stuff. Kickboxing on this cartoon. Oh, on this card, too. Oh, okay. Is there? I didn't even look. Oh, it doesn't say it on the actual card itself. Yeah, but you're right. Yeah, big gloves. Must be. I didn't even notice until you said it. That dude did the little heart hands. I liked his. His was like... He only did it with the fingers. Yep, big gloves. But will it be kickboxing or will it be Muay Thai? Got to be kickboxing, right? Actually, no. I mean, there are. We literally just saw an Uzbek win a championship and one championship last night. Not last night, whatever. You know, on One Samurai. So perhaps this could be Muay Thai. I guess we'll find out. We'll see if they throw any knees. Pair of skinny guys, little small guys. Looks like anyway. Could just be the camera angles. See how tall he is compared to the cage. All right. This dude's getting all inspected up, and then we will have a fight. How many fights are on this card? It's a lot. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. We're on fight number 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 fight card. Yeah, not bad. 13 fights in 5.5 hours. Lock back in on this. All right. Are these all pro? I don't know. I do not know the answer to that. Oh, yeah, they're definitely kickboxing. It says kickboxing on their shorts. Just in case you weren't aware of what style of fighting they were doing. kickboxing in a big red square on this dude's belt line. All right, they touch big gloves. I would be curious, too, to know if it's all pro or not. I think that the guy said that, that one of them was debuting. All right. Madrimov. Madrimov versus Mubinov. Ooh. Good overhand from Madrimov. Ooh, nice connection for Mubinov. All right. Couple nice kicks there for Mubinov. I like the announcement team. High kick, middle kick. Ooh. Nice strike to the body by Madrimov. Yeah, 18-ounce gloves, indeed. Bitches are huge. Oof. That was a nice hook by Madrimov. Ooh. Nice connection by Madrimov. Another good counter. Caught Mubinov while he was moving off. To the side, that is. Your fights in June are 10-ounce gloves? Hell yeah, dude. More power in the hands for you. Can't wait, brother. Have you locked in yet? Are you signing a contract of some sort? Combo's looking good for Mubinov there. All right, they break. Yeah, you're already contracted? Let's go, dude. All right. Hell yeah. Yeah, you mentioned that it's a tournament. It's kind of crazy, man. Don't spend all of your energy in the first fight. Got to pace yourself. All right, there's the round. Pretty even round. Not a ton of connections. Considering that this dude in the corner here that was just fighting about a second ago, he looks like he's about 12 years old. Oh, 5 days and at least 4 fights? Yeah, but I mean, still, you know, you don't want to put too much out in the first fight, regardless of if they're the same day or not. Definitely got to pace yourself. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was a nice little shovel uppercut for Mubinov. Honestly, crazy tournament formats are still a thing in 2026. I know, right? With the amount of training that all of these fighters have at this point, it is wild to think that people would be in a tournament trying to do that fight over fight. Jeremy is going to be representing the United States in Bloodsport. All right, round 2 is underway. Kickboxing. Ooh, nice connections for Madrimov. Madrimov has him backing up. Referee trying to stay out of the way. I agree, but in Muay Thai, I think it's more often. Yeah, it could be. Surprised we've never seen a Muay Thai tournament on stream. You know, that'd be fun. I would love to watch tournament style setup. The only time that we've watched a tournament setup was in Glory Kickboxing, and it was cool. I don't think you can generate as much power on these spongy mats compared to a canvas where you can plant harder. Lachlan, hell yeah. Could be that that's the case, but I guess you just have to work extra hard for it, you know? I'm trying to look. I'm looking at their feet. It doesn't look like it's super spongy. I'm not seeing any give or anything. Hell yeah, Glory. Glory. Goated kickboxing promotion. Glory has light heavyweight tournament in June, I think. Yeah, that sounds about right. The tournament that we were watching was the heavyweight tournament, and it had a crazy narrative in there, let me tell you. If you were not around for the Glory Kickboxing tournament, that was a fun stream. Couple knees in there. Ooh, nice connection. Madrimov. Oof, that was a sloppy takedown, but it actually almost worked for him. And that's the end of round 2. Riveting action in this fight so far. Corner's trying to make sure that their guy is going to continue on in this fight. Hey, man, you going back out there? You still got a 3rd round to go here, bro. Oh, yeah, and since they are 3-round fights, I would assume that these are pro fights. Still not 100% sure, but that would lend one to believe that. Could be 1-1 going into the 3rd, I would say. All right, they touch up. They hug. Nice kicks. Nice kicks for Mubinov. Ooh, counter strike for Mubinov. All right, we are over the halfway point of round 3. Oh, nice trip by Mubinov. Sent Madrimov out back to center. He's like, wait a second, I just tripped. Ooh, good connections for Madrimov. Guy in the red is light on his feet. Yeah, I think he's the better mover, and Madrimov in the blue is the more aggressive. I don't know what the ref just warned him about. Muvinov is not bad in his movement, but he does allow himself to get back down. Oof. Spinning drop kick. Yep. Oh, yeah, no clinching, man. Is that what the referee was getting on him about? Yeah, Muvinov staying nice with the trips. Nice body shot. Madrimov. Oh! Hit him with the knee. Yeah, kickboxing is not supposed to be able to clinch or knee, I don't think. He just hit him with a straight up knee. Yeah, I just need him again. Modified kickboxing rules, apparently. All right, that's the end of round 2. Madrimov wanted water, so they gave him the water bottle, and then he couldn't get the water back over the cage because of the big gloves. He had to walk all the way to the cage door to get that water bottle out of there. Oh, that was the 3rd round. Shit. Didn't even realize. All right, well, that was certainly a fight. Oh, they were the ring girls. Leave it to Uzbekistan to have the most tastefully dressed ring girls on the planet. I'm just surprised they're showing their hair. All right, Madrimov, he won the fight. Chase is here. What's up, brother? Off work. What did I miss, and how are the fights? You missed 2 finishes. One was an actual finish. The other one was a stoppage that seemed very early to me, but you know, it's fine. Yeah, I mean, we're watching a bunch of Uzbekistanis doing their thing. That's about it, really. Talking a little bit about wrestling earlier. Might have been something you could have had some input on. Most modest ring girls ever. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm surprised that they're not covering their hair. No hijab. Yeah, those are very modestly dressed ring girls. Looks like they're even wearing like leggings. We will have ring girls, brother, but they must be very respectful. Yama Cat coming to say hello. All right. Kamran Nishonov. Kamran Nishonov versus Musokan Abdullayev. Abdullayev versus Nishonov. Glad for Yama stream. Gonna organize cards tonight and prepare for my Losers Collection top stream coming soon. Love it, bro. Love it. I was saying earlier, we were talking about Tai Tuivasa, and I was telling everybody how much I appreciated your part of the street word that you were listening to his pre-fight interview, his pre-fight presser. I thought you made some very good points on there. I enjoyed the street word. I was very upset that I missed it live. I went back and listened to all of it. I hopefully gave you a couple of extra watch hours off of that. But I was enjoying it. I just for some reason, I can never hear the stuff you're listening to. I can hear you okay, but most of the time, the stuff that you're reacting to is very low. But I could hear Tai Tuivasa okay, so that was good. But no, I really enjoyed it. I love the street word, and I'm looking forward to your Topps loser collection as well. That'll be a good one. I think you might actually get some really good views off of that. Also, I wanted to say, Chase, if you're trying to be more in that trading card world, you should probably like find out where they congregate and start like trying to make some connections and stuff, man. Like start hanging out on message boards about trading cards, or like Facebook groups, or I don't know, I don't know if there's a trading card Twitter, but there might be. Hey, James Bjorn again. Congratulations to James Bjorn again. Brother's doing big things. A lot of change going on in the world right now. I'm still working out the kinks of audio and not getting copyrighted. True. Yeah, I can understand that one. But overall, man, I really enjoy the streams. I fell asleep very early last night. Sleep schedule all fucked up because of One Samurai. And then I got up at like 4 o'clock in the morning. And I was like, fuck, well, this sucks. So I got up, I played some video games, and I listened to the Street Word stream, and it all worked out, so. Good deal. Thankfully, we are back to MMA because that kickboxing was not great. That kickboxing was not great. Somersault into the cage. Respect to his opponent. This guy on his cell phone, very important that we get a shot of that. You met Chuck Liddell. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Everybody is very impressed. Confirm or deny that he could still form sentences. All right. Kamran Nishonov. Cameron. Member of the Dipset over here. Musakan Abdullayev is his opponent. There's an Abdullayev fighting somewhere already. I wonder if he's related to him. The name Abdullayev sticks out in my mind. Just shook his hand and said, Yama, wonder what he thought. He had no idea what you were talking about when you were saying Yama, I'm sure, but I appreciate the thought, my friend. Krispy Kreme 2012, ring a bell. The rapper? Krispy Kreme? Froggy Fresh? All right. Ooh, nice takedown for... Is that Nishanov? Yes, Nishanov got a nice takedown, but Abdullayev doing some nice work from the bottom with the elbows. Hell yeah, Froggy Fresh. He was supposed to fight in Creator Clash. And then he got in trouble because he said that he was going to subscribe to, what's-her-name's OF. That fucking horrible wife of iDubbbz. Good Lord, what a harpy. What's her name? Oh my God, I know what it is. What is that chick's name? Anissa, that's what it is. Yeah, Anissa. Good Lord. It is really a shame that she is such a fucking nut job because she is pretty goddamn fine. But yeah, she is about as textbook harpy as it gets. And I mean, I don't think that she's the reason that iDubbbz has become as soy as he is, but it certainly didn't help matters. Nishanov doing some nice work in this fight. Abdullayev trying to get the legs, but Nishanov doing some good work on top still, keeping control. Oh, they're saying he's going for a Kimura. Oh, rolls through. Oh, he might have it. Oh, Abdullayev trying to get the Kimura. Oh, that already looks bad. Oh, he's got it. Oh, wow. Oh, he almost had it. He's still trying for it, though. Yo, this dude, Abdullayev. Damn, Nishanov. That's crazy that Nishanov was able to get out of that. That looked like it was past the breaking point. Succubus versus Harpy? Well, a succubus is just one that's out to try to, like, take as much as they can, like, steal your soul. A harpy is one that'll do that and also be very loud about it. That's how I define it, anyway. And Anissa is definitely a harpy, because she is out there running her fucking dumbass mouth any chance that she gets. And apparently also, like, thirsting over Hassan, but I don't know about all that. I just saw a pod that mentioned Shannon Elizabeth from American Pie has an OF. Yes, I heard about that. I did hear about that. What is she, like 55? A lot of dudes of our age range all gooning to Shannon Elizabeth at 55 years old. I mean, congratulations to her. I heard she made $1 million. You know? Which I guess is fine. I mean, I don't even know what she did after American Pie. Did she ever do anything else? Don't mention her age. I mean, I think it's kind of important to the narrative there. But I don't know. I don't know how old she actually is, but she's certainly not young anymore. Been a long time since American Pie. Oh, she was in 13 Ghosts? Nice. Deep knowledge there, James. 13 Ghosts design. The name that could have been. I like the name that we chose. She will always be from 2001. I like it. Yeah, exactly. That's what all of the people who are buying the OF think, you know? 13 Ghosts is an epic callback. I like it. I haven't thought about that movie in years, dude. Holy shit. I don't even remember what that movie is about. I just remember the title. 13 Ghost sounds like a trap rapper, drill rapper from Chicago. What up, 13 Ghost? That should be your rap name, Chase. All right. Shout out to Nishanov in this fight, though, by the way, man. He survived a Kimura attempt that looked pretty goddamn good, and he is holding back right now. Hooks nicely in there. Yeah, that's the round. Nishanov doing some great work in this fight. John motherfucking Dong, how are you, sir? Lots of cool death by glass scenes. Nice. Hell yeah. Great concept, and the villains had really good backstories they never dove into. Interesting. Yeah, like I said, I don't remember anything about that movie aside from the title. Crazy. How crazy would it be if Aljo gets the title shot, Volk illegally knees him, and Aljo wins the belt by DQ again? Lightning strikes again. If you ever go to watch the Tampa Bay Lightning play hockey in Tampa, they play the song Lightning Strikes by the band Dokken. If you've never heard Dokken before, Dokken fucking rules, okay? Dokken is some of the finest hair metal that has ever been made, the band Dokken. And their song Lightning Strikes Again is an epically good song. So as much as I hate the Tampa Bay Lightning, anytime that I go out to watch them play hockey, be it against the Florida Panthers or otherwise, I always enjoy hearing that great song that they play by Dokken. So there's your homework after this stream. Go listen to Lightning Strikes by Dokken. But yeah, that would be ridiculously crazy, John. I would highly suspect that does not happen, but crazier things, man. It's MMA. Anything can happen. All right, round 2 is underway in Nishanov versus Abdullayev. The movie has 13 ghosts with intricate lore created by the writers, but the story did zero with it. Damn. They should have done it as a miniseries. There you go, Chase. That's an easy idea for you right there. Turn it into a 13-episode miniseries. Sell it to Netflix. Let's get rich, brother. Would the UFC rather give the title shot to Aljo or Movsar? They'd probably rather give it to Aljo. I don't know, actually. Saying it out loud, maybe Movsar because of the region. You know, they're always trying to get that region of the world, you know, continue placating them and, you know, get more fans out on that side of the world. So maybe Movsar, but the problem with Movsar is that he's so inactive that they probably would be worried about him sitting on the belt and turning into another Hamzat situation, which is literally what happened with Carlos Ulberg. But yeah, I don't know. Out of the two of those, I think the UFC just would want Volk to win again. You know, I think that Dana White would go into the dressing room and say, "All right, Alex, I'm going to need you to win this fight. All right, I don't want Movsar wearing that belt, and I sure as shit don't want Aljo wearing it. You get me?" The ghosts could only be seen if you wore those these in-movie 3D glasses. Really? That's a great gimmick. I don't remember that part of it. God, there's so much deep 13 Ghosts lore that I don't remember. But that's a great concept. A movie where you could only see the ghosts if you wear 3D glasses. I actually really like that. I think it's a great idea. Did they add them for real for the DVD? I would suspect that they had to. They had to just like superimpose the actual ghosts in there. Had Shaggy from Scooby-Doo, Matthew Lillard. I like Matthew Lillard. You know? Nothing wrong with Matthew Lillard. I like him, and I also like Sean William Scott, Stifler. He's actually a really good actor, Stifler. Sean William Scott. He was in Role Models, and he was really funny. He was also in the goated movie Bulletproof Monk. I will always remember the film Bulletproof Monk with either Chow Yun-fat or Jet Li. I think it might have been Jet Li. I'm I'm forgetting which one it was, but it was one of those two guys. It was a martial arts film. And I always remember Bulletproof Monk because my mom took me to see it, and I was so happy about that. You know, young thinker, loving martial arts films. It's martial arts movies in the theater in the United States. I was like, let's go, please, please, please. She didn't want to take me, but then she ended up taking me finally, and the ending of the movie made her cry. And I'll never forget that my mom cried at Bulletproof Monk. Speaks to what a lovely lady she is. She has such empathy. The movie characters had to wear the glasses, and that would allow them to see the ghosts. Got you. Okay, I would have liked it better the way that I thought it was. But still kind of a cool concept, though. I'm not upset at that. Also, Nishanov has just been running this fight at this point. Shout out to Nishanov. Oh, wait, no. It's fucking Abdullayev that's on top. No. Wait. Hold on a second. I'm getting all confused over here. They didn't wrap the gloves properly, so they don't have them wrapped blue and red. They both have red on. Yeah, they're both wearing red gloves, so it's hard for me to remember who's who, but I think it's Nishanov in the white. Yeah, Nishanov, okay. Freddie Prinze is the best? I was never the hugest fan of that guy, but I don't dislike him or anything. I'm trying to think of a movie that he was in that I liked. I don't know if I can think of any. Mr. Bean is the main character in 13 Ghosts. Rowan Atkinson, a.k.a. the voice of Zazu from The Lion King. The original Lion King. The only Lion King, okay? Don't talk to me about any fucking bullshit remakes of The Lion King. There are none. I do not acknowledge. They don't exist to me. That does remind me, though, Chase. I was curious your thoughts because you're the only other person that I know that watches YMS, and I was curious what you think about the fact that Adam is a furry, you know, and he's like a deep furry. Like he's not just one of those dudes that likes to dress up. Like he's like one of those guys that has the psychosexual shit going on. I don't think it's him, but it's a guy who looks like him. Okay, got you. It's actually a decent fight, but a little bit one-sided. Because I think that Nishanov is doing really well. You separate the art from the artist, although I thought it was a satire gimmick for a while. Yeah, I kind of did too, but then he has some like really kind of questionable takes when it comes to that. Because he was like kind of endorsing zoophilia, which is really fucking weird. Definitely something where I was like, oh, dude, I don't know if I can go down that road with you. Because I do think he's funny. Ooh, nice switch knee from Abdullayev. You know, I do think he's funny, and I enjoy YMS and all that, but like I was hearing some of the shit he was saying, I was like, oh man, I don't know about that. And I personally am not someone who separates the art from the artist, or I mean, like, it's very. I guess I'll say it like this, and maybe I'm a hypocrite for it, but like I have to really, really, really like the art to be able to even remotely separate the art from the artist. Sadly, funny people can be weird. I know that to be true. I'm one of them. Hopefully, I'm not that weird. I like to think that I'm not weird in a dangerous way. Yeah, Abdullayev just right back to work, man. Oh, excuse me. No, Nishanov. Pardon me. Yeah, Nishanov just right back to work. On the back again. Nice knee to the body. Oh. Weird, but not lethal is good. Yeah. Well, I mean, but then you get into where Adam's at, where it's like, might not be lethal, but it's still not ethical, I would say. Yeah, him talking about the things he does to Scar from The Lion King is a bit of a bridge too far for your boy. All right. This fight just continues on with Nishanov on Abdulayev's back. Do you know City Life Project or watch him at all? Yes. City Life is a friend of the channel. We're trying to get him on the free for all at some point. Speaking of which, Chase, we need to plan for our next one of those. Zachary Reese versus Ryan Gondra. Really? Oh no. R.I.P. Zachary Reese. I don't know though. That could be more of an interesting fight than it seems on paper. You know, maybe Zachary Reese has a game plan for it. Oh, Nishanov trying to get the knee bar. Oh, grabbing the cage. Abdulayev is trying to get the knee bar. My bad. Hard to keep up with the names, but yeah. All right. Nishanov gets out of the knee bar. But yeah, no. NDT, yes. What? Aisha? Yeah. City Life Project is fucking cool as hell. Yeah, we're gonna try to get him on the show at some point. Yeah, shout out to City Life Project. Absolutely. Real cool guy. Can't remember Gondra. He was the dude that knocked out Jose Medina very quickly. Actual unironic marauder. He came in and just fucking took a head off real quick. Did that on the Contender Series, and then did that in the organization as well. And I believe that was Medina's last fight. I think that was the one where they cut him. Yeah, exactly. Daddy Medina sent him back to Bolivia, back to the veterinary clinic. See, Jose Medina is a person who would have a problem with YMS. Don't be touching animals like that. We need to find out if Jose Medina believes that animals can consent or not. All right, I'm done. I'm done talking about this. I love City Life's lives. I need to feel like someone's watching with me. Oh, there you go. You watch with him. You watch with us over here. Absolutely. Yeah, he's the man. And that's what we do over here, too. So thank you for being here, NDT. Appreciate you, bro. Thanks for hanging out with us today. All right, and that is the end of the fight. They go the distance, but Nishanov winning that fight very, very decisively. It was pretty good, actually. It was decently competitive. Abdulayev had a couple of moments. I want to try something real quick. Let me see if this works. Oh, not that. Oh, never mind. Guess I can't do the thing I thought I was going to do. Oh, wait, here. I'm going to try this. See if that does anything. Check. Did that change anything for you guys? Let me know if my mic still sounds okay to you. Trying something out. Basically, just to let you know what I just did. Sometimes my audio in my headphones goes out of sync with the microphone, so I'm putting the microphone on the... Sounds exactly the same. Thank you, Chase. All right, cool. Yeah, I checked I toggled a switch to use the internal time clock of the computer, and I just want to see if that actually changes the changes the sync of the microphone or not. All right. Yep. Kamran Nishanov wins that fight very convincingly. Shout out to him. Very nice fight. Impressive. I would say that he would probably be of, potential caliber to be in a higher organization. Kamran Nishanov. Cameron. Killer Cam. Killer. All right. Yeah, fights have been okay on this card so far. Not disliking this. They could definitely move this pace along quicker if they wanted to, but whatever. We watch on. Excited for our next episode of MMA on Film. We haven't decided what the movie is yet. If you are hanging out in the chat and have opinions about what movie we should watch on MMA on Film next, let us know. Leave a comment on one of the previous episodes if you want. Let us know in the Discord. Plenty of ways to let us know. But I'm looking forward to it. I love MMA on Film. All right, now we are looking at the cage. I guess we're taking a little break right now. I'm not taking a break. I don't need to take one yet. But the organization is taking a break. Sometimes you need a break. It's the power of good advertising right there, you know? I was thinking about taking a break, and what did my brain think of? The Kit Kat bar jingle. That is a jingle that was created many, many, many years ago and has stood the test of time. Indelible. That's good marketing. Just looking at the lovely cage break. Yes, exactly. Looking at the cage, lovely break indeed. At least the stuff on the screens behind them is pretty cool. Behind the cage, behind the people. A dude climbing up a steel girder. There was a dude getting a really nice pick up and drop off double leg. Oh. Push me and then just touch me. Satisfaction is playing in the venue. In Uzbekistan? That song can't be legal in Uzbekistan. Exactly. See, you know it, Chase. That's what I'm saying. That is quality marketing. This remix of Satisfaction is kind of going hard right now. Chris Jericho is going to fraud check Rwan's favorite TV star. Yeah, I did see that. What show are they doing? Oh, right. He's going to be in Dexter. That's so why? Why is that happening? Also, I don't know if it's possible, but I might be the only Fozzy fan on the planet. I actually thought that Fozzy had a couple of good songs. We are straight chilling. Oh, okay. We got an announcer now. We're coming back. Short break. Dexter jabs him with the needle in screenshots? No. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, I'll say it this way. I stopped watching Dexter very early on. I think I watched seasons 1 and 2. Somewhere in season 2 or season 3, I stopped watching. I know that people were mixed about the finale that they had. I know a lot of people thought that it ended well enough that they shouldn't be bringing it back. But if we're talking about Chris Jericho and he's getting jabbed with needles by Dexter, I would suspect that show probably should have just ended. Probably should not have been bringing that show back. This is the problem with popular shows now, though. This is one of the main problems that I have with popular shows in general. This is why I don't watch a lot of television. I feel like they start off with a good concept, and then once the show gets popular, they have to draw it out because it's a popular show now. They have to write more episodes. They have to keep it going longer, and eventually they just lose the plot, quite literally. Thoughts on Stephen Amell? Stephen Amell? Who is that? Do I know this person? Don't know them by name? Canadian actor. What have I seen him in? He's a Canadian actor. Oh, the guy he was Green Arrow. I don't know if I've ever seen him in anything. I never watched Green Arrow. Let me see what else he's been in. Let's see. He was in a movie called Closing the Ring. Does that have anything to do with fighting? Oh, no, it's a love movie. He was Casey Jones in TMNT Out of the Shadows. He was in Queer as Folk. I don't think I've seen a single thing this guy has been in. He's been in a lot of TV. Oh, he was on Raw for an episode. 2 episodes on WWE Raw. He did American Ninja Warrior. Oh, I guess he's like just the Green Lantern, or excuse me, the Green Arrow now. Yeah, no, I don't think I've ever seen him. Green Arrow is the Breaking Bad for nerds. I did hear that a lot of people liked it. Funnily enough, actually, I'll tell you this. For one of my voiceover demos, I actually read a review of an episode of that show. So I know that there's a character called Diggle in it. But yeah, I don't think I've ever actually watched any of it. But yeah, I read a full-on review of it, of an episode called Penance. Yeah. I use that as a voiceover demo now. He has been in an HBO show about pro wrestlers I never locked into, though. Oh, okay. Actually, I think I know the show that you're talking about. I think I remember the one that it came out a while ago, but was it HBO or was it Stars? I think Stars had a pro wrestling show, too. Maybe there are 2 of them. I don't know. But, yeah. Diggle was his Robin, okay, who had 0 powers and was very much a normal black guy ex-cop. Okay, got you. There you go. I just remember the name Diggle because it made me giggle. Bars. All right, we got 2 guys in the cage now, so I guess we're going to get a fight here in a minute. Oh, yep, we got both of them. This dude looks like Dom Marfan. Oh, he's from Kazakhstan. He would carry a stun gun and no actual weapon, maybe a nightstick too. Superhero to the core. He's like Batman. He's got the no-kill policy. Oh, wait, no, Superman rather, right? Wait, no. Yeah, Batman. Batman had the no-kill policy. He sounds extra lame, but the actor was solid. I cared about him. Nice, dude. Did they finish Green Arrow? Did that show actually have a good conclusion? Because I know that was another CW show, and a lot of those shows did not end satisfyingly because of the closure, the shutdown of the CW. Or not the shutdown of the CW, but like the shutdown of a lot of their programming, that their narrative programming. Nope, it got 5 extra seasons and ruined continuity. Gotta love it, dude. Gotta love it. Oh, whoa, Jesus. Dude in black just ran straight across the cage directly into a front kick. Still got the takedown, though. That was funny. Dude in white was standing there. Guy in black, the fight starts. He runs directly across the cage straight to his opponent. His opponent puts his leg up, and he basically push kicked him. But then still ended up getting taken down. So I guess it worked out in the end. That was funny. Yeah, tell us these guys' names. Where's the graphic? All right. Picked him up and slammed him against the cage right now. We're not allowed to know who these guys are. And I don't even remember how many fights we've watched, so I don't even know where on the card we are. Oh, wait. Now I can see it. Hasanov versus Tolanov. Hasanov versus Tolanov. Tolanov is the guy getting his ass kicked right now. Yeah, I always love when shows the Green Arrow then is a prime example of what I was talking about earlier. A show that has a good concept, and then they just have to drag it out, and then it ends up changing hands, and it just gets screwed up. And then, like, what's the point of investing in that? You know? Like, I always feel like that's a massive jip when that kind of thing happens. Like, they're wasting my time by getting me invested in a show that they're just going to fuck up. Green Arrow is fun to me because he has everything Batman does except he's kind of dumb. Is that, like, legitimately part of his character? I don't know much about the Green Arrow. Certainly not a superhero that I ever got into. Actually, James Brunigan might actually know a little bit about Green Arrow. He's a bigger superhero fan than I am. By the way, it's just called Arrow. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did know that. Oh, rear naked. Oh, he's got that, bro. You must tap, brother. You must tap. I did it.
Oh, that boy got a bean bag.
Ooh, that's a bean bag. Very nice. Hasanov with the bean bag. Backflip off of the cage. Does not stick the landing, but does a back roll. Nice. That was solid, dude. Hell yeah. He cinched up that rear naked. It was over. Hasanov. I only know because I have the card in front of me. You never would have known it by watching the broadcast. It's just called Arrow because a show called Green Arrow wouldn't sell if people knew it was about a superhero. At that time, it wasn't cool to like them. I think that was like the early phases of superhero stuff starting to get popularity. But fair, I guess. I mean, I don't think that it... No, because that was after Batman Begins. So yeah. No. I don't think it was because of that. I think it was because they wanted to make it a gritty reboot. Because that was another one of those ones that was supposed to be like grittier and more grounded in reality and all that kind of stuff. Batman Begins really started that trend, of course, the Dark Knight series. You know, Christopher Nolan's Batman series was instrumental in ushering in the era of dark, gritty, realistic, grounded in reality superhero stuff, which I enjoy, but I just eventually stopped caring because, again, all superhero stuff is basically the same to me. Oh, I was in the wrong fight. That was Kasanov. Oh, no, I had the right fight. Yeah, I did have the right fight. They just spelled his name wrong. They spelled his name wrong on the they spelled his name wrong on the poster. That's funny. Hasanov. Yeah, I mean, all superhero stuff basically boils down to the same shit to me, you know? I mean, Batman is a little bit more interesting because, you know, the detective angle, I guess, and not having superpowers. But, like, really all it comes down to is person attacking the city or the world. Superhero has to save the city or the world. Morality and other choices that they make influence their decision making and thus their perception from the audience. And then they beat the bad guy and we move on to the next one. Green Arrow has the comically useless arrow types like the punching glove on the end. Straight up Who Framed Roger Rabbit shit right there. The boxing glove on the end of the gun that has the crosshatch between it. Where you pull the trigger and it goes... They keep showing crowd shots from this event, and the crowd just looks so fucking bored. These women looking bored. Women on their cell phones looking bored. Gentlemen in the crowd looking bored. You're really not making Uzbekistan seem like a very fun place. This guy yawning. Now you know how I was feeling during that kickboxing fight. I feel like I was falling asleep for a second there. There you go. At least the guys at the commentary table are looking happy. RWS crowds go so much harder. Dude, hell yeah. Probably because there's no alcohol allowed in Uzbekistan. So sure that plays a part. Yeah, RWS has this beat like by leaps and bounds, my dude. What is Ozempic breath per Discord general chat? I have no idea. That's the first time I had ever heard of that. I did not know Ozempic makes your breath smell bad. That's the first I was hearing of it, but certainly interesting to me. Hey, look, I'm on the Jumbotron. Yay. Yeah, no, I guess that Ozempic makes your breath smell bad and also apparently increases your dick size. I'm not memeing right now. Apparently that's a thing. People who are taking Ozempic are reporting fucking dick growth. But really what it is probably just that they're losing a lot of weight and it seems like their dick is bigger because they were so big that they were having fatty crotch syndrome. What's it smell like? Asking for a friend? I have no idea, brother. Yeah, and the crowd goes mild, Lachlan. I'm telling you, this is the most disaffected crowd I have ever seen. They are so bored. This crowd looks like what a Deftones song sounds like. Intense boredom. Shout out to Deftones, man. I love Deftones. Yeah, I have no idea what it smells like, Chase. I don't know. We'll find out as we wait for, oh my God, Rakhim Virdiev versus Kamedov. At least that one's easy to pronounce. Rakhmedirviev. Good Lord. That's a real name that somebody has. CTE is here. What up, CTE? Good to see you, brother. Hope you are well. If you would like to watch the fights that we are watching, you can click the link in the description. This timestamp up here is correct. Let's see. Let's take a look at Ozempic breath because Chase is asking about it. Ozempic breath. Comes right up. Ozempic breath refers to often described as fishy or fruity / sulfury bad breath or burps reported by users of GLP-1 medications like Ozempic, Wegovy, and Mounjaro. It's largely caused by slow digestion, dehydration, and the body entering ketosis, which causes food to ferment in the stomach. Oh my God. Fermented food in your stomach. Yikes. So there you go. That is what Ozempic breath is all about. Yeah, D-Rod's going to have bad breath. What is D-Rod doing taking GLP-1s? I wonder. I mean, granted, he might have gained a little bit of weight while he was in the pen, but shit, dude, to go on GLP-1s, how is that not on the banned substance list? I would suspect that that's got to be on. I mean, like, obviously it's not if he's actively promoting that he's on them, but granted, it probably does not have performance-enhancing properties inherently. But, like, using it to cut weight seems like it should be illegal. But what do I know? When the UFC is the one that conducts the anti-doping policies, they can make it legal or not if they want to, I guess, right? When they take the anti-doping policies internally, when the GOAT George Piro is in charge, ridiculous. Smelling his breath in the clinch should be illegal. D-Rod just going to be clinching people up and going, damn it, D-Rod. Winner by Ozempic breath. Fishy and or fruity smell are drastically different. I thought the same thing. It was fishy or fruity / sulfury. Those are very different. Fruity and sulfury are very, very different. In fact, I would almost class them as polar opposites. Fruit generally smells good, while sulfur might be one of the worst scents on the planet. Imagine having to take GLP-1s, I know, right? I mean, granted, for people who have like legitimate problems or whatever, fine. But as a professional athlete, that's what I was saying. I'm like, what the fuck is that about? I think he probably just wants to cut weight very quickly is what it is. So he's probably just taking it to speed up the weight decrease. But still, it seems a little bit strange to me. He popped for Osterine in 2023. He's playing with fire. Really? How did I not remember that? Holy shit. It was only 2023 that he did that? Damn, dude. Wild. Yeah, definitely playing with fire. Lachlan, I don't know if you saw the picture that was posted in the Discord that he posted on his socials, but this dude, you want to talk about making it really obvious. I mean, bro literally had an array of vials and a needle in the picture. The only other thing he could have done was had his face given a big thumbs up and a smile next to it. All right, Kamedov in the cage. Professional athlete is using pharmaceuticals versus working out is so 2026, brother. We were talking about it on another stream, how everything sucks now. GLP-1s, AI slop. All right. Rakhim Bayev versus Hamidov. Rakhim Bayev versus Hamidov. Underway. Oh, Gilly. Uh-oh. Rakhim Bayev he got silly real quick. It looks like a pretty decent Gilly, too. Oh, let's see if he's going to be able to get it. Kamedov still punching on the side there. It's not a great angle to see the tap. Mayra Bueno Silva hasn't won a fight since her Holly Holm win got overturned. Yeah, yep, that is true. What a ranked contender. Yeah, no, I mean, is she still ranked after the Montague fight? Yeah, just go to middleweight, right? I mean, bro, he can barely get wins at welterweight. Chelsea Chandler missed weight twice, then clearly went on Ozempic, lost horribly, got finished. Now she's back in June. That is the timeline. The only thing you missed was her running away from the boulder from Indiana Jones. Dun 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 dun. That's Jurassic Park, but still, that's what I think of when I see her running. Somebody needs to Photoshop those little dinosaurs from the chase scene behind her. All right. Kamedov got out of the guillotine and is on top now. The only thing I remember Chelsea Chandler is for the run. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You can remember her for that. You can remember her for losing terribly 9 times out of 10. You can remember her for being from Stockton and looking exactly like a person from Stockton. Take that for what it's worth. Oof. There's some heavy shots coming down from Kamedov. Front headlock now. Yeah. I think it was a Rakhim Bayev. Oh, Rakhim Bayev gets the takedown, but again, back in the guillotine. One arm right now. Yeah, there's plenty to remember Chelsea Chandler for. Possibly being the worst female fighter ever to fight. Possibly. Oh, standing guillotine, bros. Oh, my God. How is this? Oh, he got it. Yeah, beanbag. Nice. Kamedov getting himself an Uzbekistani beanbag.
Oh, that boy got a beanbag.
Ooh, that's a beanbag. That's right. That is indeed a beanbag. All right. He got silly multiple times. Yeah. Made it work the second time. Good Lord. What the fuck was Rakhim Bayev thinking? Putting his neck right back into the gilly. Oh, well, blood on the forehead. That's the first blood we've seen all day. So when you actually have the beanbag IRL, what are you going to do when there's a finish? I mean, I guess I'm going to have to get like a second camera. That's what I'll do. I'll get a second camera and put it on my little wall here. And then I'll go to beanbag cam. I'll hit the drop and then I'll run over and go sit on the beanbag real quick. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. If I have enough money to get the beanbag, we might not be broadcasting from the house anymore at that point. We might have a studio at that point. All right, Kamedov getting himself the win. Very nice. Also, damn, that one video got so many views. Oh, the watch along. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that was great. We were talking about that a little earlier. It's nice to get the views, but, the one thing that I say about that, and not to, look, I'm very happy about the views, of course, and thank you to all the new subscribers and all of that, but I do recognize that 90% of those views are people looking for the fights, realizing that I'm not showing them, and then fucking off, But certainly does look good optically, so I'm happy about that for sure. Trying to get the channel to 1 million views. Just a second cam to show the beanbag and get his word on the finish. Exactly. Bleeding Edge is here. What a Bleeding Edge. W for Bleeding Edge, of course. The man, the myth, the legend. How you doing, brother? Hope you are well. Of course, Bleeding Edge and anyone else who is just joining us, or if you're lurking, by the way, the fights that I am currently watching are linked in the description if you would like to watch along with me. This timestamp up here is currently accurate. And I think that doing the toggle thing that I did just now for the microphone, I think actually did fix the audio issue that I was having. So that's kind of cool. Been a ton of grappling, like you said it would be. Yeah, Jeremy, that is true. But honestly, it's pretty active grappling, though. We really have not had too much stalemate when it comes to the grappling. Maybe one fight that had a little bit of neutralization, but overall, this has actually been a pretty decent like display. You know, some of these guys not necessarily super high level, perhaps. A lot of debuts, a lot of 1-0 records, and that kind of stuff. Same in this fight. So, you know, it's what I'm saying is it's been pretty competitive for the most part. Bet joining the watch along now. All right, Bleeding Edge, love it. How the finish rate been so far? There's been a good amount of finishes. Yeah, let's say that I think we've watched like 6 fights so far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, I think we're on fight number 5 right now. Maybe. Yeah, I think we might be on fight number 5, and I think that we've had like 3 finishes so far. Wait. Well, they just showed a fight that's not on the card. Yeah, I'm having trouble keeping track of everything on here, but the finish rate has not been bad. Not been bad. We've had a couple of beanbags. One was a little bit weird. It was kind of not. It was definitely like a weird stoppage. The referee just kind of decided that it was over. Either that or the dude verbally tapped. He might have. But yeah, we've had a couple good finishes. That was a great finish that we just had. Standing guillotine. So yeah, it's not been bad. Again, you know, these are like a lot of like debuting fighters and you know, early fighters in their career. So, you know, it's been pretty competitive. And a couple good finishes. Catch wrestling, yeah. A lot of wrestling into the grappling. Venue is pretty nice. Yeah, it's, you know, it's like it reminds me of like a glorified convention hall / you know, indoor sports complex kind of place. Really, what it reminds me a lot of is ESPN Wide World of Sports at Walt Disney World. But yeah, it's not bad. Certainly has a good capacity. Yeah, it's been good. Yeah, I'm enjoying this card so far. Why not? You know? Checking out all of these fighters from all around the world. Trying to pick up on some of the up-and-coming talent, perhaps. They do have a good amount of seating. Yes, indeed. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, most definitely. But the reason I say it reminds me of ESPN Wide World of Sports is because in that venue, which is actually kind of a cool venue if you've never seen it, I don't know what they do with it now. I think they do like cheerleading competitions and like other random assorted stuff there. But they have 2 very large venues like this, like 2 big halls that have the seating on either side, and they have the retractable risers. So like the risers can go full into the wall, and then if they want them out, they can like pull them out. So it's kind of maximizes the space in a nice way. Multiple angles and replay. How's the officiating? Yes to multiple angles. Officiating has been pretty non-involved, so we've not seen too much wonkiness as far as officiating, but we did have some back of the head shots that didn't get called. So nothing too egregious. I would say basically normal, except for that one instance. And we do have replay, but the replay has not been great. The replay has basically just been like a montage of random cut up pieces of the fight prior. So I'm giving the replay system a D because it is there, but it's not really doing its job, I would say. Sorry for question. No worries about question bombing, bro. That's what I'm here for. Did you talk about Strickland say he would shoot Hamzat and his people? I didn't. I've not talked about that. I think Chase was watching some Sean Strickland on the Street Word. I think I heard the clip that he was talking about there. It's just more Sean Strickland tough guy bullshit. Sean Strickland is really a fascinating creature to me. You know, I've never seen a more performatively masculine man. And that's not to say that he is not a masculine man on top of it, but Sean Strickland has deep-seated insecurities. All right, this is Shaldiev versus Davirov. Shaldiev versus Davirov, by the way. But yes, Sean Strickland has deep-seated insecurities that crop up in very specific ways. I've always wanted to do a video about the psychology of Sean Strickland. Ooh, uh-oh. Oh, Davirov nearly got finished right there. Now he's got Shadalayev clinched up. I really fucking wish that they would make their gloves the color of their corners. It makes it very hard to keep track of who's who on this thing. But, all right, Shaldiev is in the white. But yeah, when it comes to Strickland talking about shooting Hamzat, he's not, I mean, like, what he was saying is not necessarily wrong. Like, he's saying, oh, if Hamzat's such a tough guy and wants to roll up on him, like, this is America, you will get shot. I get that aspect of things, so it's like, okay. But, like, again, it's Strickland being Strickland, you know? Oof. These guys are actually striking over here. I do appreciate these Eurasian names being phonetically simple, bro. Whenever they are simple, I am always the happiest. Trying to have to sound them out, it's quite a chore. But I do like it, though. I do like it because I do enjoy the international nature of combat sports. That was a really nice toss there. Up and over judo toss. And now he is in full guard. Shaldiev. Oop, Shaldiev taking a couple up kicks. Davirov getting kind of messed up in this fight a little bit. Yeah, lat drop indeed. Very nice. They go back to their feet. Both these guys seeming like they want to strike. Rarity. Even though this striking is not great. Doing a lot of that. A lot of big flailing loopers. I love a good flopping looping shot. Oh, there's a kick for Davirov. Oof. Oh, geez. Good connections from Shaldiev. But this is like some of the sloppiest striking I have ever seen. The street fight lean back turns into the amateur ducking overhand and hook. Bro. It is very generous to call what they are doing hooks, you know? But that's what makes it fun. Gotta love it. In a very general sense, I suppose, if the hand is going this direction, you know? Yeah, exactly. It's flails. I love it. These are the kind of strikes that if it was in karate combat, Robin Black would have to be glazing it, you know? Robin Black would have a lot of positive things to say about the striking here. The way that he's throwing these wild-looking shots, it looks like he doesn't know how to strike, but really what he's doing is putting all of his power. He's ending the kinetic chain at the looping shot. If I were either of these guys' striking coach, I may quit. I mean, one of these guys is debuting and the other one is 1-0. So, I mean, you know, I think that either coach is going to be like, all right, we've got some work to do, but, you know, the basis is there. I love optimistic coach. All right, so, you know, there's a couple of things we need to work on, but overall, I think that it was a strong foundation. Certainly a good start. All right, well, Shaldiev solidly in the lead in this fight. They don't even bring stools in for these guys. They just make them sit on the floor. The basis is definitely not there. CCTE, if you said that, that's how you lose clients, bro. I guess it depends on how bad you need it, right? Sometimes it's not a bad thing to lose clients. They earn a stool at 5 pro fights. True, dude. True. Very true. Coffee is for closers. Put that coffee down. It's Glenn Ross, by the way. Goated film. And a fun stage play, by the way. Coffee is for closers. You're like Eric Nixick. I only want to coach champs. That's why I don't care if my fighters leave. True. True. But you got to get to Nixick level before you're able to do that, you know? It takes a certain level of credibility. And when you're just building a name as a coach, you know? Jeez, this striking is so bad. This striking is so bad. It's like Davrov starts to throw his bad striking, and then Shaldiev like responds to it with bad striking as well, but his accuracy is just a little bit better. If you saw the last exchange, see, there you go, another big fucking wild overhand, but it must have landed though. Fucking Davrov bleeding out of the side of his head. Yeah, he must have got cut by the glove. That's actually a decent cut. Look at all this blood. Ooh, look at his arm. That's all off of the blood off of Davrov. Cosmetic, I would suspect, but still. Bad optics for those judges. And that's what happens, you know, if the accuracy is there for these terrible looping shots, you know, one of them is going to land. Landed right behind the ear, dude. You can see where the impact shot is. Oh, that could be too. You're right. It could have been a popped cauliflower. I didn't even think about that, but you're right. It looks like, I think it is the head, though. I think it's off the back of the head. At least that's where it's like there's a concentration of blood, so that looks like where it's emanating from, but I'm not super sure. You'd rather be a ref than a coach? Fair. You just got to know that even though you're trying your best, it's always a very thankless job. There's always going to be people mad at you no matter what. What? Shaldiev just fucking dropped his mouthpiece out of his mouth real quick. That was weird. Davrov hit the high kick. Shaldiev just kind of shrugged it off. I'll never be perfect, but if I can set the new standard, I would feel accomplished. Yes, I do know. Absolutely. God, I wish you were a ref, brother. Boy, do I wish it. I just wish there were more refs, period. More better trained refs. That's what we need. We need better training across the board for referees and for judges, and we need more of them. Why it is okay that Sal Tomato, Mike Ring My Bell, Derek clearly not watching the fights are always the ones judging these fights. Not that I think I'll ever seriously pursue that career. I mean, bro, after you get the job that you want, you might want to think about it. You know, you have combat sports training, which to many of the schools is a prereq. So you're already accomplished enough to do it. Why not? You know, a little extra cash on the weekends, you know, ref for your local promotions if you have them. I don't see why not, dude, you know? You fit the bill. And if you could actually give some of these fighters who are coming up fair fights, think about that aspect of things, you know? If there are fighters coming up and, like, they have poor reffing in their fights, like, they might be dissuaded to continue fighting, you know? A guy has a really close fight. The referee makes a shitty call that sways the fight to his opponent when he probably should have won. It might wear on the psyche of some of these young fighters. So being the guy that could help stop that, it's actually kind of a, you know, it's kind of a legitimate thing you could do there. There's an Ontario promotion that does cities around me. Well, then there you go, dude. If it's something you're interested in, I would say it's not a bad idea. You know, do good work. Give back to the fighting community in a small way. I like it. One of the main reasons why, in addition to Blood Palm members being the homies, it's another one of the reasons why I always want to watch the fights that people are fighting in if they're being streamed online. You know? It's a nice way for me to give back to the actual people who are doing the fighting. You know, UFC fighters don't need me to be watching, but if you're just starting out, you know, it's nice to know that you have a cheering section. And I'd be very honored to be that. Kind of inspiring you to do it. I'm not trying to influence you one way or another, but I'm just saying if you do have an interest in doing it, I don't see why you shouldn't, you know? There's really no reason not to. It's not like it would interfere with your regular day job. Plenty of the referees have regular day jobs, you know? Probably most of the ones that you see nowadays are reffing full-time because they travel all over the world to do it. But in general, yeah, I mean, if it's something that you're interested in, I mean, you could certainly do worse. And I can judge your reffing abilities on stream. I would love to, bro. You know, I'll give you notes. I will give you firm notes. I won't hold back. I will be as critical of you as I would be of any referee. With the express desire for you to be the best ref that you could possibly be. That would be pretty awesome, man. That would be pretty cool to be able to watch you ref a fight, like on stream. And since the refs usually do multiple fights per card, we could be seeing a whole bunch of you. And your referee for this bout, CTESPN MMA. This is the longest break between rounds I've ever seen. Why are we waiting so long? The only thing I think I'd struggle with is the low blows with teeps and stuff to the belt line. Struggle with it in what way? Just catching it and recognizing whether it's a foul or not? Oh, I guess they wipe the mat down between rounds. That's what was taking so long. Well, shit, man. Fucking Davarov is having all the time in the world to recover now. Yeah, distinguishing it. I mean, you know, that's one of the tough things about being a ref. Same with eye pokes, you know what I mean? It's like the difference between this and this is like hard to tell, you know? Think about it like that. Like, look, imagine if you were in this position right now. Is this touching my eye right here? Versus right here, you know? Touch versus touch. Hard to tell. So I do not envy the referees. Like, often when viewing the broadcast, I'll think there's a low teep and the fighters say nothing. Well, I mean, just because the fighter says nothing doesn't mean it wasn't a low blow, you know? Not every fighter is going to want to acknowledge it for various reasons. Yo, this dude, Shaldiev, is like fucking emoting like crazy right now. Yeah, referee's like, bro, get in there and fucking fight, dude. If I was Davarov, I would be like doing everything in my power to knock this guy out right now. Yeah. Davarov don't want to be in this fight is the problem. Yeah, he's like talking to the corner and like, I think he just knows that his opponent does not want to engage with him. So he was like kind of just talking to people and generally making an ass of himself. But that's why Davarov has to be the one to go in there and be like, fuck that. But it doesn't look like he really wants to or can. He has felt too many wild flailing shots to the cheek. He says, no mas. Oh my God, there's fucking 3 minutes and 15 seconds left of this fight too. Oh, this is gonna drag. Ref, get in there and tell him to fight. It's one thing I appreciate about the One Championship referees. One champion, or in Muay Thai in general. Muay Thai, if they're not engaging, bro, that referee is quick to be like, yo, hey, fight. Cut the bullshit. Throw your hands. I love the international let's fucking fight symbol that the referee does too. He's like, hell yeah. Oh, couple nice connections for Shaldiev. Hey, Davarov actually connected himself. Oh, goes for the takedown. Nothing doing. Bro started off trying to get a double leg takedown and was like, nah, I guess I'll just clinch. I noticed that on One Samurai, they kept on separating clinches to keep fast pace is what I like. True. Yeah, I mean, it depends on what sport it is, but, you know, clinching is, of course, at the referee's discretion, whether or not they break it up or not. But I am certainly of the mindset that unless they are very, very actively clinching, break that shit up as quickly as possible. Davarov doesn't want to fight anymore, bro. I don't think he ever wanted to fight. I think once he started feeling the blood rolling down the back of his neck, I think he was like, yeah, I think I'm good on this fighting shit. Oh my God, mouthpiece out again. Yeah, no, fuck that. Exactly. Davarov, fucking, that's not, dude, this guy fucking Shaldiev is a bitch, bro. Shaldiev just fucking spits his mouthpiece out, and then Davarov engages and he gets mad at him like he's supposed to stop because you spit out your mouthpiece. What a bitch. This Shaldiev dude is lucky that Davarov sucks. You know how people say that fighters should unionize against the UFC? Do you agree? And why do you think fighters don't unionize? First of all, yes, I do agree. Second of all, it's because they don't want to lose their jobs. The UFC has made it very, very difficult for them to unionize. They have done everything in their power to not allow unionization. One of the main driving forces behind a lot of the most recent UFC litigation has been the issue of unionization. And yeah, they don't want to unionize because they want to keep their jobs with the UFC. They know that the organization doesn't want them to unionize. If the organization finds out that they're trying to unionize, they will terminate their contracts. But yes, I definitely do think that there should be a fighters union. As I've said many times, MMA is the only pro sport in the United States that does not have representation of that nature for their athletes. It's legitimately true. Baseball, hockey, basketball, football, soccer all have athletic unions, players' associations. So yes, I definitely do think they should. What the fuck? This guy keeps chewing on and spitting out his mouthpiece. Yeah, no, he's a fucking idiot. Yeah, definitely a clown. Yeah, Shaldiev is a fucking annoyance. Let's hope that he never makes it past ATF. I kind of feel bad for Davarov, you know? It's like he was going to lose the fight either way, but he didn't need to be the butt of the joke from this idiot. Definitely sucks. Well, it sure does suck. That's damn, I need that for the soundboard. God damn it. So many things that I need for the soundboard, and I think about them here, and then I don't remember to go get them. I need to be keeping a list. In fact, I think I will write some of these down. All of the ones that are on this sticky note have all been added to the list, to the soundboard already. Yep, that's fucking illegal. Yep, pretty much all of them. All right. Shaldiev gets the win, as much as it annoys me. All right. I've got two more to add to the soundboard here. Keep my running list over here so I don't forget about any. Now that I have my goated Stream Deck and unlimited sound effects. Commentary legitimately sounding like he was choking when he was talking there. I think it was a draw. The ref raised both hands. No, the ref didn't raise both hands. It was Shaldiev's team that was raising the other side. I think, anyway. Oh. We're seeing a dude rolling up and making his way to the venue right now. Fighter walk-ins. We're seeing brother walking into the venue. Maybe I'm just that baked. Yeah, I think so. Well, because either team was on either side holding the hand, so I think that's what it was. I think it was the ref holding Shaldiev's hand and then his team guy holding his hand on the other side. I think, anyway. All right, bro just rolled up right into the front of the building like an absolute Chad. Is this our main event? I guess it is. Yeah, this is Shazad Mason. Shazad Mason from Turkey. One of our two main event fighters. And since we are just about at the halfway point of this event and hanging out, not seeing fights. Oh, the next fight's getting announced. Yeah, I think I'll take a break real quick before this fight starts. So, you know the drill, guys. Appreciate you hanging out with me for this one. Thank you for watching along. Thank you for hanging out in the chat. Leave me something funny to come back to, and I will BRB. We are back. Still watching walkouts, so didn't miss anything. I'll restart the timer at the start of this fight. And of course, your boy went food shopping, so you know I had to get the goated goldfish. Come on, people. You know the drill. All right, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We got 8 more fights still? How the fuck do we have 8 more fights still? Jesus Christ. I need to increase the pace of this thing. Cheddar blasted ones are way better. I saw you eating the cheddar blasted ones. I don't dislike the cheddar blasted ones, but the thing about them is that I don't like the flavor of the cheddar cheese on them. Because, like, theoretically, flavor blasted would be where it's at. Hydra's here. What's up, brother? Yeah, you just missed the reset. Our timestamp is 2 hours, 41 minutes, and let's see. I'll give you a 15 right there. 2 hours, 41:15 was right where I said it. It is now 2:41:20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. So 2 hours, 41 minutes and change. Yeah, I'm an OG cheddar goldfish fan myself. I believe I heard Chase describe his goldfish as irresistible last night. That made me laugh. I can't stop eating that. They're irresistible. Goldfish are the most mid snack possible. Ban this man! I'm kidding. I love goldfish, though. They're my favorite. Yeah, goldfish are great. To me, it's perfect. It's everything that I need in a snack. It's a cracker that's hand bite size. You know, I can just grab a handful of them. They're salty. Get a cheese flavor in there. What more do you want? They're mid. All right, well, you know what, brother? Perfect time to use this new drop.
Yeah, well, you know, that's just like your opinion, man.
All right, fight's underway. Oh my God, look at these names. Mir Zarakimov Mirzarakimov versus Tuktasanov. Mirazakimov versus Tuksanov. Or Tuksaniov. Tuktasanov. Jesus Christ. That's what it is. Tuktasanov. Mirazakimov versus Tuktasanov. Goldfish aren't salty or cheesy enough. They're bland. What? You're not eating the right goldfish, bro. That's those Canadian goldfish. Pretzels, clear, easy. Actually, what I usually like to do is I have a bag of pretzels and I like to mix them. You said it, bro. Goldfish are good if you're the kid that's not allowed candy. Legitimately bleeding edge, that's part of it for me. I'm not a big candy fan, and even if I was, I'm trying to slim out, lose the baby bump, which is actually kind of working out. I have been losing weight. Keeping my walking going on the treadmill, eating decently healthy. But I like them. I like them anyway. I don't care if they're childish. Leave me alone with my goldfish. I'm enjoying my fights. Norwood Reaper did a number on red gloves. Oh, the company? What? They both have no tape. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they have no tape. Yeah, that I've been saying that. Yeah, it's very annoying. There's no way to tell who's who. So you got to look at the fucking card up here. That's why I keep going back and looking at the card, because it's like hard for me to figure out who's who in this. I guess that should be another thing that we add to the list of things regional promotions need to do in order to be good. Have a way to distinguish one fighter from the other. And I swear, maybe I was just like, maybe I didn't know what I was looking at, but I swear that they had differentiating colors earlier on in this card, but maybe not. I love the extra baked cheddar goldfish is amazing. The extra baked version? I don't know if I've ever had those, but I have had the extra baked Cheez-Its, and I did not like those. The extra toasted or whatever. If there was a submission grappling tournament between all the current and former featherweights, who do you think would win? They had a lot of good grapplers. Yeah, you were talking about that last time we were in the last time we were talking. I gotta believe. Oh, bro in black, whichever one he may be. Big shots. He was landing some heavy strikes there. I gotta believe that that Aljo wins if it's a straight grappling competition. That would be my suspicion, at least. But hard to say. But yeah, I would think that would be my initial gut reaction would be Aljamain Sterling. Nice body kick. All right, let me find out who these guys are. Also, they keep spelling their names wrong on the card. So Tuksanov, yeah, Tuktasanov is the dude with more hair, and Mirzarakimov is a dude who has a very old picture on his photo on the card, because he had a full head of hair there, and he is squarely balding in the front now. Ortega might win a pure submission grappling tourney. That's not completely off base for sure. Korean Zombie had some sick BJJ too. Yeah, probably not enough to win a tournament, I would say, but he could probably hold his own. Ortega won't win anything ever again. Can't blame them for spelling the names wrong when it's a jumble like these. It's acceptable. True. It's a good point. I mean, Jesus Christ. How do they not get upset with it is what I always wonder, you know? Like, I understand that it's a different culture, a different region, and all of that, but, like, I would think that for them, you know, like a dude whose last name is Smith, it's an easy thing to spell, an easy thing to say. Like, why do these people over there not get upset with the names? That feels like how is it racist? Has nothing to do with them racially. They have long and intricate names. Oh, from Hydra? Saying that it's a jumble? I mean, is it racist if it's true? Yeah, I guess so. All right, round 2 is here. Tuktasanov, I believe, took round 1. Your name objectively becomes a jumble when it's the same sounds repeated multiple times with over 10 letters. He's quantifying his racism. Kidding. If it's racist and true, then I'll just have to be racist. Understand it, I guess. Ram is here. What up, Ram? You're sad that Rod Tang lost? Yeah, me too, man. Crazy way for him to go out. That fight was mad, though. Watch the highlights. Bro, it was crazy as fuck. It was such a great cap-off to such a great card. One Samurai 1 was a fucking blast, dude. I really enjoyed it. Oh, uh-oh. Oh! Knee bar submission! Tuktasanov! Sit him on the beanbag!
Oh, that boy got a beanbag!
Ooh, that's a beanbag. That was a beanbag for real. Knee bar submission. Bro. Oh my God, show me the replay of that. Mokaev, he is not. It's not racist. It's actually racially insensitive, which only matters if it's not funny. Man, Bleeding Edge coming in with the hugest of facts. It's like Rhett and Link back in the day, you know? It's not racist, it's racial. You were happy for Takeru? I was too. I was just perplexed by it, I think, just because it was like, how the fact that Takeru was taking such heavy shots and just not only tanking them, but tanking them and smiling through the damage. It was pretty crazy to watch, but yeah, shout out to him. Of course, with a hairline like that, you don't have the T to fight through a knee bar. Damn. Knee barred and roasted. Feels like the lawsuit definitely affected Rod Tang. He didn't look like himself, but maybe that's just cope. Well, I mean, CT, I don't think you were here when we were talking about it, but there is, of course, the inevitable speculation that Rod Tang had to throw the fight for some reason and the fight might have been fixed. I have said that I do not agree with that or believe that, but one of the explanations for it was that, One Championship was going to sue Rod Tang. They talk behind the scenes, say basically, you're going to throw the fight or we're going to continue with the lawsuit. And then miraculously the lawsuit is dropped the next day and they have a press conference about it. That's a game theory about it. I don't think that is true personally, but anyway, just had to bring it up just for sake of full transparency and accuracy to the conversation. You don't get knocked down 4 times if you're throwing. That's exactly what I said, CTE. That's literally what I said. If you go back to the beginning of the VOD, that's the exact thing that I said. I was like, if he is throwing a fight, he is doing the most convincing throw of all time by getting knocked down 4 times. No way, Muay Thai is too proud. I got to believe that too. That's what I said as well. It's like Rodtang, this huge star in the promotion with 400 professional fights. It's going to just all of a sudden start throwing fights. Yeah, it just doesn't fucking track. Rodtang looked exactly like himself, just didn't get the KO, started more technical, got hit hard, got real mad and threw bombs. This time he just didn't get the KO. I mean, really, big facts. All very factual statements. Nice backflip from Tuktasanov. Yeah, that was a crazy knee bar. Show me replay. All right, so here we go. Yeah, this is the replay. They just show you these clips. We need to actually see the finish in here. There we go. Look at that. Bro. Why did they show the shitty angle of it? Show the other angle. There we go. All right. Look at this. Oh, look at the extension. Damn, dude. Solid. That was solid as fuck. All right. So actually, you know what? I'll upgrade the replay to a C. A C. Solid C. Replay system at ATF gets a solid C as its grade. Because they do show the finishes. I just don't like that they show the replay all as a big block. I don't fuck with Chatri taking stabs at Rodtang saying we saw what happens when fame gets to your head. Yeah, I agree. Chatri's just salty that Rodtang's leaving. Me and all my homies hate Chatri and one as a company. Well, we have talked many times about One Championship and their nebulous business practices. Anarchy has radicalized you against one. It's not hard to do once you start digging into it, you know? It was a fixed fight, and that's a bad loss for Rodtang because the one president took stab at Rodtang while praising Haggerty. So you're really going with the fixed fight narrative, Johnny. Interesting. Fuck Chatri. Fuck One Championship as a fighting organization and as a motherfucking crew. Okay. I mean, they certainly have had some questionable instances that I have thought of, or that I can, think of off the top of my head. But overall, I'd say that one is certainly not the worst when it comes to what you're talking about, Now, and that's not justification for it. Obviously, you should always be treating your fighters as good as possible. But all I'm saying is that we have seen promotions do way worse. The only love I have for one are my favorite Thai guys. Fair enough. Wow, Thinker didn't get my hit 'em up reference. Fake old school hip hop fan. Oh, true. Yeah, good call on that. It doesn't hit the same when you read it out loud, but I get you though. Hydra hits him up. Shout out to Sam A, Taiwan Chai, and Liam Harrison. Hell yeah. And Super Bond. Very true. Shout out to Shimon, who had a beautiful performance on that card against Jojo Ghazali. That was one of the best performances on the card. Great fight. So here's a question for you. During this break, there was a song that had lyrics talking about the way you move it. I can't believe it. I never seen an ass like that. Do you think that the people in Uzbekistan know what that means and are playing it knowing what those lyrics are? Or do you think that they just think it's a good song and don't know what the English is actually saying? Sad to see JoJo lose, but a great performance. Yeah, no, same here. Yeah, absolutely. I certainly would always prefer a good win for the Ghazalis. You know, they're a fighting family. They try very hard. But Shimon is just different, bro. Heard on Chase's stream that Shimon is one of his favorite guys in one. Or at least a guy that he says to watch out for. So now I know why. I don't know if I had seen Shimon fight before. I think someone knows what it's saying, and the guy who approved it didn't. True. There are just people in the audience who are like, oh. Absolutely not. That shit is haram. That's what I'm saying, bro. But I mean, yo, to be fair, though, I mean, I kind of been commenting on it a little bit over the course of this thing. Maybe Uzbekistan is a little bit more progressive because none of the women have their hair covered. I've only seen like 1 or 2 hijabs in the entire place. So, just saying, I don't know, what their track record is for women's rights in Uzbekistan, but we've got ring girls with their hair open. And even though they're not really showing their legs, they've got like leggings on, but, the leggings are tight. Was JoJo fighting in Muay Thai or kickboxing? I believe that was one of the few Muay Thai fights that we had on the card, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was that, and the Yuya fight was also for a Muay Thai fight. But there were only 2 Muay Thai fights on the card, I believe. I think those were the 2 of them. The Yuya Wakamatsu fight, I think, right? Yeah. I think they are a little more progressive and free. Well, that's nice to hear. Shout out to Uzbekistan. Are Uzbek women the women that are at this event? I would suspect so, yeah. This is taking place in Uzbekistan, so I would assume that these are Uzbekistani women. Oh my God, another extended break. How the fuck are they going to finish all of these fights? We're still on the prelims. We still have 1 more fight on the prelims, and then there's fucking 6 fights after that. 5 fights after that. At least we get some banger electronica in between fights. That's why this event is so long. There's so much downtime. If they cut this downtime in half, we would be out of here in 5 hours at least. Or, well, 15 minutes to start and a whole bunch of time in between fights. This could have been a 4.5 hour event. It's like the Saudi cards, though. Not a single Saudi woman at those. Oh, true. Yeah, well, so it's not like the Saudi card then, Because, yeah, you are right. Saudi cards definitely sausage parties. But there are a lot of women at this event, actually. So, yeah, I guess Uzbekistan is a more progressive nation. Maybe countries ending and stand just like things slow, boring hump fests in the UFC. Once we actually get finishes on the regionals, it overstimulates them. Need a nice long break to cool off. True. Well, shit. I'm surprised the break wasn't longer than after the knee bar. Oh, we're getting the fighter walk-in again here. Bro is rolling up to the entrance of the venue. Rolling out of the black SUV. And this fighter here is Azizbek Ramazanov. Azizbek Ramazanov. They're taking a prayer break. You'd think if they were taking a prayer break, they would do it in the middle of the cage. They should do it like Patong Fight Night. You remember we were watching Patong Fight Night? For any of you who are not on the Patong Fight Night watch along, it was actually pretty awesome. It was a fun event. I would definitely do another Patong Fight Night event. But one of the things that they do that is very unique that I had never seen before, they pull random women out of the crowd to be essentially the ring girl for the fight. And they do this continuously throughout the evening. So if there is a title fight, they will pick a woman out of the crowd, and she will be the one that will take the belt into the ring. So I say that to say they should pick a random person out of the crowd and have them come into the cage and pray in the center. That should be their idea. It's a great concept. It was pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. I actually kind of liked it. I thought it was pretty neat. Definitely a nice fan moment, you know? They picked the ugliest Audi to have them walk out of. I didn't even know. It's what they have in Uzbekistan, bro. They're very happy for that ugly car. It's the only ugly car Audi has put out in like a decade. Why that one? Again, if it was an unpopular design, that's what they got in Uzbekistan. That's how you attract hot women to your promotion. Hotness is relative, I would say, but you know, I would say reasonably attractive. There you go. And all Western also, by the way. There was a whole, I was getting kind of amazed at how they were continuously able to find reasonably attractive white women in the crowd because it was not a big venue. All right, this should be the final fight of the prelims here. Whoop. Sorry about that. This is Muhammadjan. Muhammadjan versus Musaksan. Musaksan dick. What? Boom. Roasted. That walkout mat has ball sack texture. It does. It reminds me of a slip and slide. I was clocking that in my brain too. I was like, I really hope that nobody fucking falls on that walkout ramp. Like those squishy dodgeballs at school. Yeah, exactly. Such a weird thing to have as your walkout material for the runway. Of all things that should be solid. Yeah, it looks like if you greased that up, you would just slide right down. You should put Boom Roasted on the soundboard. I was actually thinking about that one. All right. I will add it to the list. Give a little love to Ben Askren. SpongeBob is actually goated, no nostalgia cloud. SpongeBob has its moments. I've never been as much of a fan as other people were. Theoretically, I should have been a huge SpongeBob fan if I actually liked it like that, but I never really thought it was all that great. I thought it was good, not great. But I understand why it was such a, it's like that era, that generation's big show. It's their thing, I always thought that Fairly Odd Parents was better than SpongeBob personally. But It's not like I don't like it. I mean, like, yeah, if it's on, I wouldn't like turn it off if somebody wanted to watch cartoons and that was what they wanted to watch. The early seasons of SpongeBob is funny. That was when I would have been around the time of watching it. I would have been, when SpongeBob first aired, I would have probably been like, maybe like, I want to say like 10 or 11, something like that. Let's see. When did SpongeBob premiere? Yeah, when did SpongeBob come out? 1999. So I would have been, that was pretty close, actually. I would have been 99. Yeah, that's 10, 12. Yeah, I would have been 12 years old when SpongeBob came out. So right at the age range that should have appreciated it, Mighty Machines was a peak kid show. I don't know Mighty Machines. Is that a Canadian show? Jimmy Neutron is cool too. The crossover with Fairly Odd Parents was fun. Jimmy Neutron was another one that I thought had moments. Actually, the one that I really liked better was Planet Sheen, of all things. I thought Planet Sheen was actually pretty funny. Sheen was a very funny character. R.I.P. to the dude who voiced Sheen. Very, very sad that he passed away. Never watched it. I like the Hunger Force cartoons. Oh, Aqua Teen Hunger Force. I liked early seasons of Aqua Teens. I think that it kind of got a little stale towards the end. Oh, we got kickboxing. Oh, brother. All right. Well, strap in, people. It's going to be another point fest over here. See if either of these guys actually wants to win this fight. Oh, also, this is not the fight that, again, this card is all kinds of screwed up, dude. This is not the fight as listed on the poster. This is Hojiev versus Istamov. It came out when I was a kid, the year I was born. Yeah, that tracks. I was 21 in 99, partying way too much. True. Mighty Machines was just a show about construction vehicles, anything with big engines, logging and mining stuff too. True, dude. Actually, I just found out recently that there's a whole theme park in Texas that is geared towards kids who are into heavy equipment, heavy machinery. I don't know exactly how it works, but I guess it's kind of a theme park where kids can like be around it, I guess operate it to a minor extent. I don't know the full details of it, but I found out about this theme park that's like, yeah, it's a place that like kids who are interested in like big machinery can go and like see it up close, I guess, which I thought was a really cool idea because I do know a lot of kids are very, very interested in large equipment, which I think is awesome. Sheen was good for real. Hell yeah, dude. Sheen was awesome. I liked Sheen and I liked Carl too. In 99, I wasn't even a thought to my parents. True. Oh, low blow. Ah, you youngsters. I like to think that I'm doing a public service to the youth of this fine planet that we live on, guiding you in the right direction towards greatness. Or at least presenting you with mistakes which not to make. Learn from my mistakes. I remember I saw a first regular show episode on Cartoon Network, immediately hooked on it because it's very new and unique for me when I was 11. Yeah, I know regular show is very popular. I don't think I ever actually saw any episodes of it personally. That was a little bit past the time when I would have been watching cartoons on a regular basis when they were airing. The last show that I can remember getting into in any real way on Cartoon Network was probably Flapjack, and Adventure Time I also liked. 10-7, what up, brother? Does anyone know when the weigh-ins are? That's a good question. I do not. Ever seen Misadventures of Flapjack? Yeah, it's a show I liked a lot. I love the art style of it. That and Chowder. But I love the art style of both of those. Mighty Machines was Canadian? True. There you go. Goated Canadian programming. You guys get some good stuff in Canada. I actually spent all my free time playing EverQuest in 99. That definitely tracks. I think I've seen stuff about that theme park too. Sit in your parents' lap in a neutered machine your parents can run, but also a bunch of mini ones for kids. Yes, that's basically what it is. True. I think it's a great idea. I think it's a really great idea, actually. Dude, we have several parks in Houston alone where it's just a bunch of different earth movers that you can get to play on. Yeah, I think it is in Texas, the one that I was thinking of. So that might be it. That might be the exact one we're talking about the same thing there, Bleeding Edge. Regular show is goated. Yeah, I know it was very popular. I would have, I guess I'll have to see an episode of it sometime. As long as the writing is good, that's all I care about. That really, as far as animation goes, like I'm pretty lenient about art style, but the writing has to be good. I like the corner color glove and shorts. The MMA fights should do similar. Yeah, really, dude. Yeah, it's really annoying. Very annoying in the MMA fights, Jeremy. I'm not happy with the fact that not only is the card all over the place, so you never know who's actually fighting, but then you can't even keep track of it because they both have the same color gloves. It's a big hit in the rich suburbs. Contractor dads get to goof off. Damn, that's like going to work on the weekend. You just get out of your contractor suit and you're like, oh man, finally the weekend. Gonna go take my kid to do the same shit I do during the week. Weigh-ins are at 3 o'clock EST. Okay. Good deal. I never really know about the weigh-ins until I see MMA Orbit posting the results. For white-collar workers that want to go play blue-collar. There you go. That tracks a little bit more. If I ever leave the stream for a while, no, I moved far enough north and joined a logging crew to fulfill my dream of being away from everyone and driving a big machine. Bro, let me tell you something, Hydra. Let me tell you something, bro. I might have talked about this on stream before, but I have very few legitimate regrets in life. There are only two major ones, maybe three. I'll tell you my main two, at least. Number one is not taking hockey more seriously, because I was actually a pretty good defenseman at a time. And I don't know if I would have been able to make it pro, but who knows how different my life could have been if I actually really tried to be better at hockey, because I was kind of naturally good at it. I'm not bragging, just saying I did pretty well at hockey. Then for various reasons, I stopped playing. But one is hockey. The other one, and the one that haunts me to this day, is I always wanted to go out for at least one season on a commercial fishing vessel. Go out there and break my back doing that deadliest catch shit. That's something that I really do regret that I never did. I have a great love and admiration of the sea, as you know. Moby Dick, my favorite book. I think it would have been the manly thing to do, and for some reason I just never did. I think I got the thought about it a little bit too late in life. But, yeah. OG Teen Titans was goated too. I liked, was it Teen Titans Go? That was like the chibi one. All I remember of that show was when I was in Burbank, California, getting ready for a pitch festival that I was at back when I was doing my old comedy show. And, I was up at 4 o'clock in the morning getting ready for the event. And I was watching that show. I put it on the TV, and it was an episode where they were saying waffles over and over. They were just repeating the word waffles. I like that J.J. Quintel, same creator of regular show, does the director and writing for Flapjack. Yes. Yeah. J.J. Quintel was very, very beloved over there at Cartoon Network for a while. R.I.P. Cartoon Network. They're still doing stuff on YouTube. By the way. They just premiered a new show on YouTube. feel that way when I'm taking off day from the gym and my son has jujitsu or striking at the gym. It's your day off, but you're still going into work. Hey, when you're about that life, that's how it goes. We yearn for the mines. To an extent, it's true, I guess we all have our version of that as a man, Confirmed me and Thinker would make a ragtag pirate crew. Yes. Very, very true. Absolutely. I would just be like having Dropkick Murphys playing at all times, shipping off to Boston. I want to break my butt sitting in a heavy machine, then fish non-commercially in all the lakes Northern Ontario has to offer. So you want the fucking the do nothing version of it. You want the Fern Gully version of it. You'd be the dude chopping down the forest in Fern Gully. Goated animated film. Talking about animation. All you youngsters out there, you want to watch one of the finest animated films I can think of. Fern Gully. Love that movie. I really love that movie. Don Bluth. OG legend of animation. And this kickboxing fight has been just about as good as I thought it was going to be. It's actually decent action. I mean, they are trading, but, is anybody going to actually get a knockout in this fight? Come on. Boondocks was a great show. Boondocks was pretty funny. I love the theme song. I am the brick that the wall refused, right? I'm the stone that the building refused. I too delusionally believe I could make it on a crab boat with no knowledge whatsoever. Bro, listen, okay? You don't need knowledge. What you do is you learn on the job, because you don't start off captaining the boat. You start off on the deck doing the shittiest job imaginable, aka the jobs that need no skill. That's what I would want to do. I want that, bro. The OG power male power fantasy for me. I wanted to do it like the Beast movie. Chase Parton knows what I'm talking about. I wanted to walk up with a knapsack on my back, walk up to a boat, and say, I need a job. And have some gruff old sailor man with a beard, maybe an eye patch, smoking a corncob pipe, look me up and down, and say, we'll put you on the deck, see if you're cut out for it. And then I would go prove myself. Thinker wants impossible catch type boats. Yeah, deadliest catch. Hell yeah, bro. That's a little bit of the extreme version of it. I would be okay just doing regular commercial fishing, but if you really want to get down, yeah, hell yeah. At least one season out there doing the deadliest catch shit. That would have been my version of fucking backpacking through Europe. You know? How all these little fucking spoiled rich kids backpack through Europe. They take a fucking semester off from college to go be wild and free. Fuck that. There's nothing I could learn in Europe that I couldn't learn on the back of a boat. Nothing that I need to know. Gloves are too damn big. Bro, seriously, dude. That's why I'm like, I wasn't even paying attention to this fight, because I'm just like, dude, it's kickboxing in a regional promotion. Nothing's going to happen in this fight. King of the Hill, Mike Judge. Goated, bro. Loved King of the Hill. I've not watched the more recent version of it. 10-7. Have you seen the new episodes that they came out with? I kind of want to watch it just to see how it is. But another show that ran its course. I have no idea why they thought they needed to bring that back, except for name recognition. But of all the shows that get resurrected, you could definitely do worse than King of the Hill, because King of the Hill is a legitimately well-written, very funny show. Got a lot of heart to it as well, which I liked. Same with Bob's Burgers. Bob's Burgers is a show that actually makes me feel hope, which is a rare thing for me. I am very much a hopeless person. That's the nihilism in me. But Bob's Burgers actually like gives me hope. I don't need knowledge. I've got heart, Captain. Exactly. And that's enough. You think our ancestors were fucking trained on fishing? You think that when Starbuck was out there on the Pequod, he had gone to school to fucking hunt the white whale? I don't think so. God damn it. Granted, occasionally those ships did have major problems and they had to cannibalize each other, but that's very rare. You don't need knowledge, you need meth, yo. Bleeding Edge, too real, but you're not wrong, I think. Too short to be in the NBA, too tall to be a jockey. True. Dang it, Bobby. Just the right size to chain smoke in Alaska. Facts, bro. Yes, I have. It was solid. A bit better than most of the remakes. True. Malcolm in the Middle remake was so mediocre. God, why did they... See, that's a perfect example of one that did not need a fucking remake. Why would you do that? Fucking 48-year-old Malcolm? You know what I mean? Come on, dude. Oh my God, life is so crazy now that I'm a grown adult. And all my brothers are grown adults and my parents are in their fucking 70s. It's like, bro, stop it. I watched every new episode of Bob's Burgers with my dad for a while. That's a rare show that my dad actually likes. You know? That's how you know it's good. My dad, not one for animation generally, although he does like South Park because my parents have a great sense of humor. King of the Hill is a very underrated show. I don't think it's underrated. I think it's actually properly rated. I think most people consider King of the Hill to be a classic. Starbuck, the coffee guy, that is where Starbucks Coffee's name was derived from. Yeah, Starbuck, the character from Moby Dick. Yeah, that is correct. Starbuck, Stubbs, Ishmael, Ahab, Queequeg. These are all major characters from the greatest novel ever written. Oh, they're doing a remix of the Teriyaki Boys. Did you guys hear that walkout? They were hitting the Teriyaki Boys remix. I wonder if you know how they live in Uzbekistan. Doesn't really work. Some bangers on the prelim for Perth. Brother, I love the Perth card. We're going to have some really good early fights. We're going to have some shitty fights with Blobby Taituivasa and the Tafa. I think it's a good card. I'm looking forward to it. For me, Dan Schneider ruined all my childhood shows in Nickelodeon. I don't know if you saw that documentary, bro, but hard watch. Oh, they're literally playing Satisfaction. It was a Satisfaction remix. Somebody definitely doesn't know what this song is about. But yeah, that Dan Snyder shit is hard, man. That Dan Snyder shit is hard. Hard to stomach. My dad loved Archer, but I was too young for it, so Bob's Burgers it was. Still goated, though. Archer is also hilarious. I always got lucky, though, man. My parents used to let me watch anything I wanted. I don't know, like, why they thought that was an okay thing to do, but it worked out pretty good, and I'm very grateful for it. Yeah, I remember being so fucking scared of Alien when I was, like, 8. I watched Alien when I was very, very young, and it scarred me for life. Hey, Half-Dead Frank. Good to see you, brother. Did anything slimy happen after the knee bar? No, I don't think so. I think the knee bar was the last finish. We had a very, very down-the-line, okay kickboxing match. I don't remember if the Shadalayev fight was before or after that. I think it was before, where there was all of that terrible striking and then that dude emoting like an idiot. But if you saw that, then no, you didn't miss anything. If I knew how to read, I would read that book for you. True. If you don't know how to read, that's pretty tough. Specifically that book, too, because it's a very dense read. I would not class Moby Dick as an easy read, but certainly worth it. You're so hyped for the Perth card? I am, too. I like the Perth card a lot, actually. I am definitely looking forward to getting up at 4 o'clock in the fucking morning for it. UFC Perth is looking way better than the last Perth event of Carlos Oberg versus Reyes was a weaker card, true. Yeah, definitely. I think this is a good one. The Dan Snyder thing was so weird. I felt like he wasn't actually interested in doing anything with the girls, but he liked the idea that he could and could push the envelope. But yeah, it is true. It is true. I like what I would say about it, 10-7. I mean, like, you know, no one has ever come out and said, like, yo, he legitimately, like, sexually assaulted me, right? There was one guy in that documentary, though, that was that. You know, that dude that was the guy who was, like, working on the shows or whatever. There was one guy that they talked about with that. But with Dan Snyder specifically, what I think it was that he had a very raunchy sense of humor that he wanted to, like, be cool with the kids with, but it was very inappropriate for the age range of kids that he was trying to be cool with. And then there's the whole back rubbing thing that was a little bit weird. So he was definitely one of those guys that was like walking the line way too close to being over the line. You know what I mean? And like, you really should not even be getting close to that line to begin with. So like the closer that you get, the more wrong it is. But like when you are squarely like teetering on the edge of it, that's where it gets real bad. And that's certainly where he was. My parents wouldn't let me watch or play any games above the age I was unless it was historical and I could convince my dad. True. Yeah, no, I got very lucky with all of that. And it shaped me into the person I am today. So I'm very grateful to my parents that they allowed me to watch and partake in all of the things that I did. You know, I mean, I legit, that's not even, I'm not memeing or ironic in the slightest with that. I really appreciate, you know, getting to shape my worldview that way. That's how I found out what being gay was. I was watching there's a movie about Oscar Wilde. My mom's a big fan of the writing of Oscar Wilde. And we were watching a document, not a documentary, like a biopic. It was we were watching a fictionalized biography of Oscar Wilde, and of course he was persecuted for his sexuality. And yeah, I just remember there was a scene of two people under a bed sheet, and I was like, "What are they doing under there?" And then it all started to click. I was like, "Oh, wait a second." Oh. The wheels in my brain just started turning as to what that actually was. Yuri, what's up, Yuri? I'm going to bet $100 on JDM moneyline and another 100 on protest moneyline. All right. Well, you're losing money one way or another, but one way or another, you're still retaining some money. Arbitrage betting. Tyler Betts, what's up, brother? Kenjayev versus Ziadinov. Fully agree, and you could tell he got no ass back in the day, wanting approval from a demographic he never got it from. Yeah, well, I mean, that's, yeah. Big guy like that, you know. This was a dude who probably was bullied, probably was not the cool kid, found out that he had a knack for writing, went into a field where he knew that he could have a little bit of a power dynamic and be cool with the kids that he was never able to be cool with when he was actually young. It all tracks. And none of it is psychologically good. Yeah, that effing ruined my childhood shows, and I respect Jerry Trainer for protecting Miranda and Jeanette by staying longer with them. True. True. Yeah. I didn't know all about that with Jerry Trainer, but yeah, I mean, I am, happy for, at least for Miranda, because Jeanette McCurdy, apparently, she went through a little bit of a crazy period herself there. Ooh. Is that a drop? Nah, it just kind of rolled weird. Yeah. Jeanette McCurdy is an interesting case, Pushed into acting by her overbearing mother. She wrote a book called I'm Glad My Mother Is Dead. Or I think I'm Glad My Mom Died. Crazy. And that's the day Thinker truly realized who he was. Wait a second. Not going to dignify that with a response. What do you think of Urseg by decision? I think I bet against Urseg, man. Who is he fighting again? Tell me who's he fighting. Jeanette McCurdy follows me on social media. Super random. Shit, bro. Sucks you got a girl. If Jeanette McCurdy followed me on social media, I know where I would be. It would be in the DMs. Oh, yeah, Tim Elliott. That's why I picked against Urseg. Fuck yeah, dude. Tim Elliott consistently counted out. Consistently doing the craziest shit that no man would ever think to do in the octagon and somehow getting the wins, even though he has lost a lot. Now, I think Tim Elliott's got it, bro. I'm riding with Tim Elliott. I'm not getting suckered into the Steve Urseg trap. I think Steve Urseg is a trap in this one because everybody thinks that Steve Urseg is better than he is. We all know the history of Steve Urseg in the UFC. We've talked about it on the podcast many times. You'd bet against him without even knowing his op? No, I mean, I just remembered picking against him from the podcast. We already did. If you were there or have listened to the replays of the podcast, download the podcast wherever you get podcasts. Last week's fights, of course, Monday nights, 10 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Jesus. We already did our predictions. I just predicted in the moment. I know Aniki is still salty about his boy losing to Elliott. Which one was his boy? Was it one of the Ryzen guys? Ray Saruya? Podcast? Tyler Betts. Are you memeing right now? Are you memeing? You better be. Last week's fights, the podcast that we do on this channel every Monday night at 10 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time, myself and Chase Parton. Breaking down each and every fight from the previous week of UFC. You're in there? All right, Bleeding Edge. I'm with it, bro. I feel you. Yeah, no, I'm just terrible about remembering what fights are. It's like I only have so much room in my brain, people. You know what I mean? Like if I don't, what is the purpose of me remembering that right now at this moment? Aside from talking to you fine people about it, but that's what you're there for. You guys remind me, and then I tell you this stuff. Kai Asakura, that's who it was. Yeah, sure. That makes sense. Kai Asakura, one of the biggest duds that we've seen in quite some time. Bro comes in getting an instant title shot, loses that, and then loses to Tim Elliott. The downfall of Kai Asakura must be studied. Tim Elliott messaged me while doing the press conference at 3:19. What? That was so cool. Watched him pick up his phone and randomly message and respond. No way. That's crazy. What were you guys talking about? That is wild, though. That's pretty awesome. Tim Elliott is the fucking man. Friend of the channel here, too. He actually, I did an episode about his unfortunate situation with his now ex-wife, and he watched it, and he liked it, and that made me feel good. The least I could do is bring him a couple of laughs, having gone through one of the most heinous situations a man could ever go through, I would say. There's a pretty active fight over here. Oh, you were going to interview him? Cool. Did you ever get to? I'm sure he would be a pretty cool interview, actually. Ask him why he cut his hair? Hell yeah. Why did he cut his hair? Is he ever going to shave the beard? Please say the answer is no. These are the important questions. I wonder if he's going to do it again and piss off the UFC. That'd be awesome. Grow the beard out, cut the hair, change the look. Look one way and you're... Oh. Nice strikes to the side of that. Oh, my God. All right. Hopefully we didn't drop altogether. Sorry about that, guys. Apologies. Fucking restream. You know the drill. You know it. Restream. Worst service. Did it actually kill it altogether? All right, looks like we're good. Looks like it didn't kill it altogether. All right, sorry about that. Hopefully it was just a blip on the radar. No, I didn't get to, but we met up and chilled on 2 different occasions. Nice, dude. Fuck yeah, bro. Tim Elliott is the man. That horrible, horrible woman that he was married to. Oh, jeez. Bro just nearly put himself into a full split. That looked painful as fuck. Oh, shit. Bro is busted up, too. Damn. Oh, bro is all kinds of bloody. Oh. Shit. This goddamn restream robbing me of some bloody action over here. Bro, ref, you can stop this fight at any time, my guy. This dude is not fighting back. This referee is just allowing this dude to get absolutely pummeled. Oh, shit, but he is fighting back now. Holy shit. Thought it was GG's right there? Yeah, no, I apologize, Johnny. It's Restream's fault. Motherfuckers cannot keep a stable signal to save their lives. It's one of the things I was very worried about when 10-7 was on the podcast, on the free-for-all. I was like, God damn it, Restream, do not fuck us while we have guests on. Nose has to be broken? Yeah, Jeremy, definitely. Yeah, that is definitely a broken nose. The fact that this dude has not tapped out or fucking just... The ref will... It's like the ref does not want to stop this fight for some reason. This fight could have been stopped at any time here. This dude is not fighting back. It was obvious that Pantoja would slaughter Asakura when it was announced because Pantoja is too dangerous on the ground, but I hope Asakura's ground game improves soon, though. Asakura is going to need to improve in a lot of different areas, ground game being one of them, of course. Wrestling, grappling, certainly not his strong suit. We're going to have to see if we ever see him in the UFC again. Canadian Wi-Fi so bad you could always blame me, and I'd always believe you. Appreciate it, Hydra. Thank you for that out. All right. Somehow we made it to the end of the round. Oh, yep. They got a squeegee off the mat. This is just like Bloodsport. They have their own mop guy. They've got the blood janitor. It was like a Jalen Turner, Bobby Green situation. Bro, I'm telling you. Ref just sitting there watching. This is Kerry Hatliov. Karyamedov Hatliov. Hatli Nadinov. Somehow this fight is continuing. Do you think Rahiki gets a KO this weekend? I know you didn't ask me, but I'll tell you my answer. Yes. Yes, he does. Fucking Earth Destroyer Rahiki going up against a dude fresh off of the fucking couch. Some random dude that they pulled from outside the arena. You think Rahiki is losing to a dude named Ollie Schmid? He's Schmid at best. Marib Yamasakinov. Rahiki is going to get so exposed one day, you think so? Perhaps. I mean, he does leave openings, that is true. But I don't think it's going to be by some rando. I might believe that when his competition level steps up. I'll go with you on that. But for right now, Rahiki can do no wrong, and Rahiki we trust. And as I said, too, I'll at least say this, though, as in a response to that 10-7. What I say is that when Rahiki was on the Contender Series, he had never not. I think he'd won all of his fights by knockout. So he had never been tested the way that he was tested on the Contender Series. Because if you recall, the Contender Series was a fight that actually went on for a while. So I say that, oh, there we go. Finally, the fight is finished. All right, sit that man on the beanbag. Sit that man on the prolonged, very drawn-out beanbag.
Oh, that boy got a beanbag.
All right. But so anyway, back to Rahiki. Point is that Rahiki had never been tested like he was on the Contender Series. And in that fight, he still had the wherewithal to be able to navigate and win the fight successfully. So I say that to say, if he is learning on the job, he is doing a good job of learning on the job. So, that being said, he might be a fighter that actually has the IQ to improve over time while still winning, which is very rare. But I will at least grant the idea that Rahiki might be of that caliber from where he is currently. Time will tell. That is what I say to that.
Tell another Jackal story.
I will not. Yeah, how is this fight still going on? It is not anymore, thankfully. That fight should have been stopped 2 rounds ago. Beneil is a minority and chinny as fuck. Quillen is going to catch a body. Quillen has the Drew Dober narrative going. I think the UFC is exaggerating about the Hamzat and Strickland beef by not doing face-offs or a press conference. Like when did they start being Karens about this? Or does Hamzat have a short temper? Hamzat does have a short temper, but they're also, they're trying to sell. They're trying to sell the fight with that. I didn't realize that they're not doing press conferences though. I don't think that's true, Johnny. I think they're still going ahead with the press conference. We talked about that on the free-for-all. They're going to have more security for it, unless they just recently canceled it. But I have not heard that if that's the case. Of course, that fight is not for another week, so. But, yeah, I mean, if they're doing it that way, then that's definitely because they're trying to use it as a selling point. It's certainly, the beef might be beef. It might be more legitimate to each of them or whatever, but, like, give me a break. As we said on the free-for-all, when our very great guests, the 10-7, were on, what I said about it was, they'll talk all this shit. It'll be a big shoving match or whatever at the press conference if they do have it. A whole lot of jaw flapping, a whole lot of bullshit talking between the two of them, and then they're going to go and have a normal ass fight afterwards. Beneil is Jewish? Beneil is definitely not Jewish. I think he's offensively brilliant. His defense is so concerning. Rahiki, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Sadly, Beneil is my minority. I feel oppressed for the first time in my life. True. Which minority is that? That's, what, Iranian or Persian? I forget what he is. Does Hamzat have a short temper? What? You don't have a pick for... You don't know either. Guy, John Dong, you don't know about Rahiki? Rahiki, the man, the myth, the legend currently? All right. Faridun Akramov versus Zalimkhan Pezutdinov. Pezutdinov. Hamzat has the characteristic short temper of a region where over 80% of marriages are between family members. Jesus. Hydra going deep in the racial insensitivity today. Oh, Assyrian. Where is that from? Yeah, not Syrian, but Assyrian. I know that those are different. Yeah, Rahiki broke Harry Hardwick's jaw in London. Yeah, exactly, dude. Harry Hardwick, whose jaw is still wired shut. I remember the UFC was hyping Manel Kopp versus Mokaev, and turns out to be a very dull fight. Mokaev was playing dirty for trying to strip off Manel's shorts. Ha. There was some dirtball activity from both of those fighters in that fight, but yeah, that was. I mean, it wasn't the UFC that was necessarily hyping it, though. I mean, those two were making it way worse than it needed to be, and so it's probably similar to that. And the UFC is eating it up like they always do. Same with Josh Hokett. UFC likes to play like they don't like the antics. They love it. That's a straight up fact from their census. If they didn't want me to make fun of them for it, stop having kids with your family. True. Is that legitimately? Where did you get those census numbers? Did you get them from the Daily Stormer? Somehow you didn't hear about that. Bro, you didn't see that fight? John Dong, fucking go back and watch Harry Hardwick versus Rahiki, my dude. You must do that. Ah, okay. Ancient people from the Bible, the old Mesopotamia, modern day Iraq, Syria, and so on. Gotcha. So you're Babylonian. Okay. Well, fair enough then. Didn't watch it. The card was early in the day, so I missed it. That's why I hate early cards. True. Yeah. Well, you missed a good one there. The only thing I hope that UFC doesn't cut Strickland's mic off because it would look bad for Paramount. I mean, I don't know why they cut his mic in the first place. Again, they love the shit that he says. The only time that they don't like what he says is when it gets a little bit too close to home, you know? When it gets a little bit too spicy. So it depends on if Sean Strickland is going to be talking about PDF files and Epstein and that kind of stuff. Because that fucks with Dana's best buddy, and that cannot happen. Fight Society has a great video on the Dagestanis and their cousin breeding. What? Fight Society, Jesus. PubMedCentral.gov overview of epidemiological studies in diseases resulting from inbreeding. Dagestan has the highest rate of schizophrenia in the world, and they think it's because of the cousin stuff. Wow. Yikes. Shit. Well, maybe that's why there's so much craziness always going on in that region of the world. Yeah, like, why would they do that? Why is that even a thing? I don't get it. They like to keep it in the family. Ugh. This guy looks like Anshul Jubli. Anshul Jubliamedov. All right. Faridun Akramov. It's in their religion to do it? What? Is it really? That can't be in the Quran. thou shalt marry your cousin. Also, Chechen War killed and traumatized so many. It traumatized them into incest? Jesus. I remember watching that video. It was wild, but still true. I guess I got to watch this video. And they will say the Americans do that, make jokes about Alabama. Oh, my God. Yeah. Based on what we're talking about, I'd say that the scale in this day and age is way, way different. I'd say that the scope of that type of behavior is very, very different. All right, fight is underway. Akramov what? Remix. Akramov versus Pezudinov. Cousin marriage is explicitly halal in the Quran, unlike marrying a non-Muslim, which is so horrible. True. Wow. It's explicitly as in it literally says that? Hold, please. Hold, please. Quran cousin marriage. Cousin marriage is permitted in Islam and not forbidden in the Quran, as cousins are not included in the list of prohibited relatives. Oh my God. They actually have a... What? Why would you have that? They have a list of prohibited relatives, as in there's a list of allowed relatives? While allowed and practiced by Prophet Muhammad, many scholars suggest marrying outside of the immediate family is preferable to widen social bonds and avoid potential genetic health issues. Brother. Oh my God. That is so bad. The Quran lists specific women forbidden for marriage, such as mothers, daughters, sisters, and aunts, but does not include cousins. The Beyond Clause. The Quranic verse 424 states, quote, lawful to you are all beyond those mentioned, which encompasses cousins. Oh my God. Wow. All right. Well, I'm getting an education today. Just to be a counterpoint, it's also a religion of extremely high nuclear fallout in specific areas, which is proven to be linked to increased congenital diseases there. I just watched Chernobyl. I did just watch the Chernobyl miniseries, and it was really, really good. And what you just said, Bleeding Edge, does not surprise me. When you ship merch, do you use USPS? If so, have you noticed how much more expensive postal rates have gotten? It pisses me off, brother. Yes. The answer is yes, and the answer is definitely yes. Absolutely, I have. That's the reason that I can't. So when you buy just a sticker pack, I can't put tracking on it. The reason that I can't put tracking on it is because if I put tracking on it, I wouldn't make any money from the purchase of the stickers. I would basically be giving the stickers away if I put tracking on the shipping. Because yes, shipping has gotten tremendously expensive. And yes, I also do ship by USPS, which you will find out when you go to yamashow.com and buy yourself some merch. Get yourself a beanie, get yourself a t-shirt, get yourself a hoodie. I remember Guru was getting death threats and sending pictures of his nieces and cousins about R-wording them was truly disgusting from the Pakistanis. Oh, geez. That is gross. That's gross behavior. Hear me out, 1769. That is an often quoted verse, I suppose. Wow, that is just a crazy thing to find out. Literally found his underage female family members threatened to R-word them and they all wonder why Guru says what he says. I mean, what did he say to make that happen in the first place, though? Not that it's right, of course. I mean, I'm not trying to justify what they did, but I'm curious what he, because with Guru, what I would say is that two wrongs don't make a right, And also, two things can be true at once. They are terrible for doing that, and Guru is an asshole for saying some of the things he says. Supposedly it's because of the war, but they're probably going to keep the prices that way they are now. Brother, John Dong, always, always, always remember this. Once prices get raised, they very, very, very infrequently ever decrease again. That is just a tried and true fact of life. Whenever prices go up, they generally stay up. The only thing that ever decreases in price based on world economic situations is gasoline and oil. And that's it. That's really about it. So when you see $17 hamburgers at McDonald's, just know it's probably going to be that way forever. But I'm glad you know that I'm paying more because of a war that I don't support. Brother, don't get me started. You know my feelings on this. Man. The invisible hand of Epstein from beyond the grave, forcing us into an unnecessary war that has taken American lives, by the way. Just saying. That is a weird birthmark that guy has on his back. He said Makachev was the inbred who got super grip strength so he didn't get thrown off the cliff. Yikes. But why would the Pakistanis care about that? Guru just called them inbreds and calling out Pakistanis of not having their own fighters. Oh. That doesn't sound that bad. Well, then they are definitely wrong for that. You don't get to rage bait, then get upset when people rage bait. Well, yeah, right. I mean, of course, again, two wrongs don't make a right, though, You rage bait, but then for them to be giving death threats and stuff like that, that's a little bit of a bridge too far, I would say. And also, it's it's innocent members of his family. I mean, it's not him that they're affecting with that too, Doxing his underage female family members and threatening to R-word them just proved everything Guru says about them is true and not an appropriate response. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it proves that anything is true, but certainly is not an appropriate response. Even though they're not all the same, it's the same Muslims who say we in comment sections. Well, that is an unfortunate hive-minded behavior there. It's crazy to me that in this day and age, with the internet being what it is and the ability to see how the rest of the world is and see what is all all available to you in life, there's so much that you can do in life, so much that you can see in life, so many places to go and things to do, and people still choose to live in very backwards and negative ways. Sad, but is what it is, I guess. Akramov doing some nice work in this fight. Oh, trying to get the choke here. Oh, face crank. Oh, not a great position. He readjusts. Yeah, drag his body outward, bro. Drag him outward, bro. What are you doing? You're staying seated. Push his body down. There you go. Body triangle. Well, he's certainly not getting out of this. Bro is going to be in this position for the rest of the round unless he taps. "2 minutes on the back end regional. Secure this choke or you're a bum to me." Yeah, exactly. We're in round 2. There's already problems. Yo, the reversal. What? Pezudanov with the reversal. Holy shit, reversal of the century. Bro, oh my God, Dragon Sleeper. Holy shit. Wow, yo. Akramov able to get out of the Dragon Sleeper and then get back into top control. That's wild. That was crazy. What a sequence. Yeah, dude, I have no idea how he did that. Somehow, he went from being fully back controlled in a seated position to somehow jumping Gilly and putting his opponent in a Dragon Sleeper. That is insane. And now he's back on bottom. Very weird. One-hit wonder, perhaps. I remember that famous Guru crash out on Marab when Pyotr Yan all 5 rounds, when he fought Pyotr Yan all 5 rounds and calling Marab an ugly inbred freak. I remember Terrence McKinney wanted to dox Guru for that. Why would Terrence McKinney care? Oh, when he beat Pyotr Yan. Got you. Yeah, why would Terrence McKinney give a fuck about that? All right, that's the round. Pretty active fight, at least. Oh, Terrence hates Guru? Okay. Well, maybe he feels like me and thinks that the Guru is inflammatory for the sake of being inflammatory. Some people are more okay with that than others. Oh, he used to call him Terrence McChinney. Well, that'll definitely do it, won't it? You make up a name like that, instant hatred. I think they met up in America, though, so I don't know what changed. Probably McKinney realizing that he wasn't going away, so if you can't beat him, join him. Rather be on the Guru's good side, I guess. All right, round 3 of this fight coming up. Ah! Yelling. All right, round 3. Akramov. Pezudanov. They did meet up in Florida with my boy Benny Bang Bang. Shout out. All right, sounds good. I think Guru and McKinney are on good terms now. There you go. Well, isn't that a lovely ending to that story? This commentator is great. This is Uzbekistani commentator. He speaks in what I assume is Russian for the majority of his commentary, but then when he's talking about actual specific moves, he speaks them out in English. So it's like jab, front kick. Commentator is just so nonchalant. Yeah, come on, bro. Give me a little bit of action in here, man. Give me a little bit of passion. Dude's bleeding over his opponent's back right now. Thinker, I didn't want you struggling to sleep with that on your mind. They are friends now. It's going to be okay. Yes, thank you, 10-7. I know. Seriously, that was gonna keep me up. Sitting there lying awake, staring at the ceiling, wondering if Guru and Terrence McKinney are on good terms. These are the things. These are the things. Yeah. The goings on in the life of the MMA guru, very important to your boy. Let me tell you. That's how I knew that Chase Parton was never going to get any of the people in his Discord to actually support him. Because all of them were just Guru fans. They didn't watch anything but MMA Guru. I was like, okay, these are people who are not going to be your fans. And I am no longer a part of that Discord. It was a shame that Yoel Romero versus Hector Lombard fell out, because I was kind of interested in watching that potentially slime out. Yeah, could have been. We will still be watching the card, though. Yoel Romero is still fighting. And it's still bare knuckle. So we will be watching that, hopefully. If all goes to plan. We can watch that. That will probably end around maybe midnight or 12:30, maybe 1 a.m. Take a very quick nap, get up, back on for UFC. It's going to be a whole hell of a lot of streaming, and Yamacat is going to be very upset at me. All right, the action in this fight has slowed down significantly. Double thinker stream? Yeah, I mean, dude, what it's looking like right now, if I can swing it, I'm not promising this by any stretch, but what it could be looking like is tomorrow, tomorrow, Gamebred, Bare Knuckle MMA. Saturday at 4 a.m., UFC. Saturday night, Karate Combat. Sunday, RWS. Monday, podcast. Like I said, I am not committing to that. But it could happen. It could happen. We'll see. We'll see what my temperament is. We'll see what my body can allow me to do. I wonder what happened to it, or to ITP MMA, because I remember he used to be active and I loved his content. Yeah, ITP is one of my absolute favorites. Yeah, at one time, he had said he lost his job and was going to be taking the channel more seriously. And then I assume that he got a new job and went to go do that. That would be my suspicion, but I never understood it because he was great at content. His content was excellent. And he got great views. So I don't know why he didn't want to keep doing the channel. But same thing with Mixed Molly Whoppery. Another one of my absolute favorite MMA channels, favorite combat sports channels. And made amazing content and then just sort of stopped. It's a shame. It's also just crazy to me when the views are there. But you know, content is not a stable job, so I do understand that aspect of it. Hold on a second. What are you doing, bub? Okay, yeah, you can mess with that. All right. Making sure that he was not fucking with a cord that he does not need to fuck with. I remember Mixed Molly Whoppery got screwed by YouTube for swearing and clipping certain things and had it outside YouTube and had enough outside YouTube. He just had it enough. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks. I hate having to, I hate for creators like getting screwed by the platform and having to stop because of that. But, yeah. No, it just sucks, man. But again, I understand it. I mean, that's why you should always be doing, you always need to be growing yourself outside of YouTube because YouTube is not a stable career. No, the house is not falling apart. I thought that the cat was fucking with my laptop charger cable. Although it would be definitely a crazy cool way to die, though. I'll, you know, if I gotta go, at least let me go on stream. Do you think David Bedtime Story is a great fighting name? Not particularly. Oh, Bedtime Story. Ha 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 ha. No, I do not. I get it. I see what he did there. I guess it kind of does work though, because it's like bedtime as in like I'm going to knock you out, put you to sleep. And then it's bedtime story, so it has a little bit of a double entendre to it, but yeah, I would not say that I think that that is amazingly good or anything. Oh my god, there's still so much more of this card to go. I'm not sure if anyone here is planning on pulling an all-nighter tomorrow, but if so, boy, do I have a show for you. All right. You talking about the pre-show? I'll see if I can wake up early, man. I'll try to hop on with you. You gotta send over the link. I was waiting on the link last time and I never got it. And I was like, oh shoot, I guess I'm not gonna be on. Brother, what the fuck is this cat doing? Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, everybody in the chat, be aware that 10-7 does a pre-show for every UFC event. Yeah, if I'm up, I'll send you a message. Hopefully I will be. Speaking of bedtime, he'll be at the UFC Perth event, which I'm very happy for him getting more recognition. Yeah, I know a lot of people are fans of that bedtime guy. I've never seen any of his stuff. I don't send it out randomly, but you're always welcome. Just message me if you ever want to hop on. All right, yeah, right on, brother. Well, probably a better way to actually get people to join, though. if you just send it to them. Be like, hey, if you want to join, here's the link. But, whatever. Not trying to tell you how to run your show, of course. Leave it to those northeast of the Caucasus Mountains to even make regional sleepy. Dude, this fucking guy has been talking for about an hour. Jesus Christ. Shut up already, bro.
2 hours later.
Bedtime is the better version of Guru? Okay. Yeah, I know he's pretty popular. All right, we've got another fight coming up. 3 more fights to go. We'll see if these fights that are actually on this card turn out to be the fights that we're going to be seeing. I get what you're saying, but I don't want anyone to feel obligated. True, yeah, I got you. I've sent it out and had people ignore or even worse, apologize for not making it. The whole concept is if you're an MMA creator, you're welcome. Yeah, I appreciate it. Absolutely. But then they have to remember, that's the other thing. But either way, whatever works for you, man. I mean, it's, again, run it how you feel best. You're doing good with your channel. Things are going well. Got a good active chat over there. I always appreciate seeing how many people you have in your chat. In fact, I think most of the free-for-all chat was from your side of the world, so that was good. That was really cool. Good to see your people showing out for you. He's better because he's not very antisocial like Guru, who always who's always regrets of traveling rather than staying home. Oh, Guru regrets traveling rather than staying home? Okay. He does the same cycle of prediction, live stream, reaction vid for UFC, but he also does tier lists between and matchmaking. Plus, he's less biased and I think funnier. Got you. Okay. True. That's why I don't consider a lot of those guys competition. Granted, we do a lot of those things on the channel, but we try to keep the content a little bit more varied over here. MMA on film, free for all. You know, the stuff that I talk about in my videos is like more current events in MMA than actual fight predictions and stuff like that. So I like to keep all of that shit to the podcast, because then we don't have to be as beholden to it throughout the week. Your community is randomly mostly from Europe. Hey, whatever works, bro. I love that my chat is extremely international. We've got people from Australia and Canada and Denmark and Norway and where else? United States, obviously. Peru. We got a couple people from Peru. I love it. It's one of my favorite things about streaming is getting to talk to people from all over the world. Bedtime has done 7 amateur Muay Thai fights, 1 MMA fight, and has a girlfriend, plus he's ripped and has a mullet. Guru wishes, except Bedtime is victim weight. Ha. I didn't know that he... I thought he was a faceless channel. People know what he looks like? True. Kurdistan. Hell yeah. Good call, Hydra. Goddamn. Yeah, shout out to Kurdistan for real. Do you think they'll cut Buchecha or use him to build guys like Gable? Bro, you can only use guys to build for so long. You know what I'm saying? You can only use guys to build for so long. So, yeah, Buchecha's probably going to get cut after his next fight if they even give him another one. But, yeah, they'll use him until they can't, until they don't want to use him any longer. But it's heavyweight, bro. There are plenty of people to build others off of in that division. Oh, he's not faceless anymore? All right, fair enough. About to drive home and off tomorrow. All right, Sanjay, let's go, brother. Drive home safe. What is this guy walking out to? Random siren noises. Namo Fossil from Kurdistan is on the Netflix card. Yes, he is. Absolutely. The Kurdish McGregor. Is anybody actually calling him that? That's a wild thing to say. But we watched Namo on Karate Combat. That was actually, I got a lot of views off of that because of Kurdistan. I have a great love for Kurdistan. Shout out to all of my Kurdish homies. Of course, especially the GOAT, Rwand. Ustabat, Ustamalaya. Oh my God, look at this name. Meyrambek Jainbek Ulu. What is this guy's name? They have him named... They have him named Albert on the... Wait a second. Yeah, something has changed on this card yet again. Is this actually Sanjar Kurbanov? Yeah, Sanjar Kurbanov is fighting Albert Jalbolduev, except his actual name is a lot more. Yeah, exactly. That is definitely not Albert. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's another Ulu. It's a name they randomly all have. Yeah, I guess that does track, actually, because he is from Kyrgyzstan. So, yeah, that is correct. He is much less of a mountain man. Yeah, Janibek. Janibek Ulu. Where the fuck did Albert come from? His name is Albert. That's actually some decent striking there. Oh, Jesus Christ. Little wild. The second I actually say that he's got decent striking, he just throws a windmill punch. If you go to Tapology and click the rankings for Kyrgyzstan, you'll see like 50 Ulu. What? Maybe it's like a village out there or something. Or maybe it's actually like a I don't know, like an ethnicity. It's actually a pretty good fight right now. These guys are striking. Oof. Low kick. Oh. Uh-oh. Kurbanov with some decent striking up top. Gets into the guard. Why do Asians love having the same name as each other? Korea has like 3 last names. All Caucasus names end in ev or av. Sikhs all change their last name to the same thing. What's going on over there? I mean, I think that it's probably has something to do with their languages. But, you know, the same way that there are a lot of people named Smith, you know, it's probably something similar to that. There are probably ancestral ties. And I'm sure that Korea has way more than 3 last names. You just know the 3 popular ones. Also, you have to remember a lot of those countries are way smaller than the United States and Canada. So, you know, probably closer communities over there. All right, dude, do something with this top control, please. Albert is accepting the position. Yeah, referee's clapping at him. Bro, tell him to fight. Kurbanov. Oh, Kurbanov getting silly. Oh, that looks good. He might get it. He might have it. That's a pretty good guillotine. Bro trying to strike his side. Nothing doing there. Is he going to go out? He's punching. He's slipped it. Nice. Nice job, Ulu. And he is on top now. Yama, do a Tapology search. Ulu, you'll be shocked how many it says there are. No, I mean, I believe you, bro. Let's see. I'll take a look here. Yeah, 45. Some of them don't even have it listed there, though. Yeah, like Abdul Salam Esenbayev. Abdul Salam Esenbayev does not have it on his name, but it's, I guess, somewhere in there. Yeah. Abdul Salam Esenbayev is an 0-1 pro fighter from Kyrgyzstan. Does not have the Ulu. There's 1,000? How did I only get 45? Yeah, search results. 45, it says. I mean, unless it's only giving me the first 45, but that's... Yeah, see? I don't know if you can see it on camera, but it says search results 45 right there on the gray bar. Peep the Discord? All right, I'll see it. Yeah, dude, that's so fucking weird. That is so weird. You got 1,000 results. I only got 45. That's fucking wild. I wonder why. Yeah, I'm doing the exact same. Unless it's cap sensitive. Is that what it is? Oh, now randomly it worked for me. Maybe it was cap sensitive. Oh, but some of the ones that are... That's weird, bro. Yeah. That is so strange. Yeah, it gave me 45 the first time, and then it went to 1,000 afterwards. Fucking Tapology. Fix your website, bitches. Quit passively aggressively tweeting and fix your website. Take whatever neckbeard runs your Twitter account and put them on web design work. You went down the rabbit hole once and you were shook? You went down the Ulu rabbit hole? All right, round 2 starting off strong again in this fight. Kurbanov solidly winning this fight right now. Ah, Ulu is son of. Got you. Okay. Got you. Got you. So it's like a suffix. They use their name, their dad's name, and son of. Got you. Okay. Kind of dope, honestly. I actually like that. I wish we would do that in the United States. You know, I'm Steve, son of Bill. Have a whole hell of a lot of people with the exact same name. All right. Albert's got his back now. Couple good strikes to the side of the head. Albert looks a little bit like Zhao Long in the face. Same as that one guy from Bloodsport. I think we should change it up as we grow. I'm Steve, father of Bill. True. I like it. Yeah, after you have a kid, that's when you have to change your own name. I mean, we're not used to that, right? I mean, women change their last names. Or they used to, at least, before woke. Similar to Tunde and Baba Tunde for Nigerians. True. Hell yeah. I actually know a guy named Tunde. Good guy. You ever see dudes that take their wife's last name now? That's a thing. We were just talking about iDubbbz earlier. He's one of them. Dudes taking their wife's last name. You want to talk about like a legitimate virtue signal? That's like the definition of a virtue signal right there. I am so progressive, I took her last name. And everyone's going to know about it. We did a UFC 5 Ultimate Fighter series. We created a whole roster, and our Nigerian was named Tunde. The series was so fun, but failed miserably, so we deleted it. Oh, deleted it? Never delete, brother. You never know when those things can pop off. We're getting views on our MMA on Film episodes from like reviews we did a year ago. We had ChatGPT make all the matchups and storylines, and then we would sim the fight. Each episode was like a tough episode. That's a great concept. Sucks it didn't take off. I actually like that a lot. It's an interesting way to use MMA in a narrative format, you know? Sorry it didn't work out. Maybe after the channel gets more subs, you can try to resurrect it, you know? Give it another shot. Wasn't vibing 12 views. See, now that is the content creator's dilemma right there. And people ask me why I don't do more Yama episodes. To the real ones, the fucking real ones around here who like the Yama episodes and want me to do more of them, and I appreciate it so much because I love doing them. But the answer is pretty easy to say. I mean, like, it is a lot of work to do the Yama episodes, to be perfectly honest. And I mean, I like doing the work. I want to do the work. But I can't take an entire week to script, film, edit, and put out the episode, because that's usually how long it takes. It takes about 4 to 5 days to do it all. And then put it up for 100 views. It's like I can get 10 times the views on doing a story about, you know, the Zingate thing. So, you know, I don't know. Yama's never going away, but if you wonder why it's not like more of a staple of the channel, that's unfortunately the reason. You know, I mean, I want to do what's fun, of course, but this is also a business at the end of the day. Sad to say. Should do a Yama episode donation incentive. If I get X amount of dollars donations per stream, I'll do a Yama episode. I would never do that. All right, round 3 of this decently competitive fight. Both these guys have absolutely slowed down at this point. Oof, jeez. Ulu's just flopping. Come on, Albert. Albert. Al. You got to dig deep, Albert. If and when the channel gets big, I will absolutely do that series. Maybe when UFC 6 comes out. That actually might be the way to do it, is just wait for the new game. Yeah, take this time to keep growing the channel. And then when the game comes out, hit it then. You know, ride the wave of the interest. It's a cool concept. Yeah, referee's like, let's go, dude. What are you guys doing? You're just laying there. Commentary thought he was trying for a guillotine. He was not. They were just literally laying, hanging out. All right, nice rollover. Kurbanov on top again. He's walking away with this fight. Albert looking real tired. Yasha. Just going to start doing imitations of what the commentary says. Oh my God, these guys are literally just laying here at this point. Ilya Taporia says he no longer needs to fight for money after his last fight. For the first time in my life, I'm going to step into the octagon where my life doesn't depend on what happens in there. Thank God for giving me the stability where neither I nor my children will ever lack anything. So now you're going to see a different Ilya. You're going to see El Matador, not at 100%, but 200%. Someone who truly enjoys the art. If I was dangerous before, now I'm extremely dangerous. You really mean to tell me that you were hurting for money before? Hate to say it, but I'm worried we've seen the best of Ilya already, says Chase. Having it and not needing it versus needing it and not having it makes a good point. Ilya might lose to Justin after all. Interesting. I mean, there's nothing to comment on in this fight right now. I know some countries have last names that can tell what region of the country they are from, like my last name and my mother's last name. Oh, okay. So there you go. Maybe that has part of it. Yeah, maybe that's part of the deal for some of these Ovs and Evs. Excuse me. So Sanjay, is like your last name is like Sanjay San Diego? Sanjay Southern California? All right, finally they get stood up with 30 seconds left on the clock. Of and Ev are literally the same thing. Son of in Russian. True. Got you. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, you know? Magomedov. It would be Sanjay, Los Angeles, San Diego, Southern California, America. Actually, thank you. There you go. Goated name, by the way. All right. Well, that was a terrible fight for Albert. Kyrgyzstan laying down the gloves. Is he retiring here at ATF? True. Yeah. Jackson, Johnson, Robinson. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Interesting. On my dad's side of the family, where I got my last name from, it is 90% Italian, except my grandfather on that side was Irish. So even though I am majority Italian on that side of my family, I have an Irish last name, which is what it is, whatever. Kind of hard for people to pronounce and spell, but that's not a problem. But the cool thing is that I actually found the crest of my last name, and thankfully, it is pretty awesome looking. It's like two griffins. I don't know if I can show it to you without doxing myself, but let's see if I can can't really do it. There, maybe like that. That's what it looks like. It's like two griffins with yellow and black. Also, older names, like way back in the day, last names would also be what profession the family did. True. Yeah, very true. So it starts with an O. Italian surnames end in vowels. I never said it started with an O. For all you know, it could be Shillelagh. Could be a Mick, you know? That's how they ended up with that as a derogatory slur. I could be a McKinney myself. How about that? Me and Terrence are related. Now that I think about it, with all those surnames I now have, am I Latino? You were up until America. You were up until America. All right, I believe that this is the co-main event of the evening here. It is the co-main event. All right, so Simic Basilov. Simic Basilov versus Davlatbek Ramuanov. Oh, no, it's a J. Rayemjonov. Jesus Christ, these names. I am confused. I'll enjoy some rice, veggies, and pork tonight and leave it there. There you go, brother. Sanjay always eating good. I was eating pretty good yesterday myself. I went food shopping. I actually ate bread. I had bread for the first time in months. I still got some left over, too. I'm excited. Finally allowed myself some legitimate bread. How many fights we have left? This is the co-main event. We got this one and the next one. Oh my God, and the co-main event is kickboxing? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, brother. This is a long card, man. Man, 2 more fights, including this one. All right, Rayemjonov. You just made homemade ramen out of the box. Let's go. I have had ramen not too long ago. I need to get more ramen. Also, I have certainly come to recognize that if you are doing top ramen, if you're doing the stovetop dealie, do not get top ramen specifically. You need to be getting Maruchan. Maruchan is the goated ramen. Top ramen is inferior. In my humble opinion, Maruchan is where it's at. You had me at ramen. Hell yeah, dude. I like good ramen myself. Yeah. Little shoyu ramen. Shoya. Like used box ramen, but made everything else homemade and better. That's what's up. Cool, man. What'd you put in it? What did you spruce it with? Did you do half a hard-boiled egg, like an absolute Chad? Or did you slice a hard-boiled egg in half and use both halves? I guess it's technically soft-boiled, right? Yeah, I love good egg in my ramen. I like egg in most things, man. The only thing I don't like an egg on is a hamburger, because I have had that before. I've had it where they've had like a, I've done like the like a Red Robin. I think they have a burger like that where they put like the sunny side up egg in it, and I really don't think it adds much to a burger. But it's not like I would say no to it, but I would not specifically seek it out. But anything else where you normally would put an egg in it, I love eggs, bro. Eggs are so good. Eggs are delicious. You don't like egg on your face? Yes. Ba-dum-bum. Oh my God, I still need to find my goddamn, that sound bite. I need to get that on the soundboard. I need to get a rim shot of some sort. But I want, there's a very specific rim shot that I want. All right, so we've got a couple of Wayne's World quotes that I'm going to get. We've got Boom Roasted on there. The rim shot, very specific one. Looking for more stuff to load up on the soundboard. I want to have infinite sounds. The soft-boiled eggs are marinating right now while I let the stew cool down. Brother, let's fucking go. Oh my God. I'm jealous as fuck right now. I eat what are known as deconstructed sandwiches, and I'll explain to you what I mean by that. Generally, what I will do, if I'm going to allow myself to have bread, as I did this week, what I will do is I will eat portions of the bread by itself, and then at a later time, I will also eat the stuff that would go inside the sandwich. Morile, thank you very much for following. Appreciate it. Do you play games? No, I do not stream video games on this channel. We watch fights together. But I appreciate you following. Thank you very much. Welcome to the Blood Palm. But yeah, I'll have the bread, and then I will have turkey and cheese rolled up by itself. And a lot of people would say, why don't you just put them together and eat it as a sandwich? I don't have a good answer for this. I think the only good answer that I have is because it stretches out the eating experience. I'll eat the bread for one meal, the meat and cheese for another meal, and then I've had one sandwich for the day. Tune in for more nutrition tricks and tips. There you go. Morale, that's what we do around here too. You get tips and tricks on nutrition that you really should not listen to. Savage Bleeding, I was going to mention ramen eggs are an art and take finesse. Hell yeah. I love Sunnyside eggs and toast is amazing, but never on the burger because it's too messy to eat. And yes, soft-boiled and noodle soup is amazing to eat for breakfast. Damn, I didn't even think about it for breakfast. I like that, though. Hell yeah. But yeah, you're definitely right about egg on the burger for sure. Yeah, egg on the burger is like, yeah, it's messy for like little reward, you know? I don't find it to be enhancing enough to make it worth. Ooh, nice knees. Is this supposed to be Muay Thai? They're throwing these knees around. I guess it is. Big glove Muay Thai action. All right. That's round one. With the hugest gloves known to man. My family coat of arms is 2 women twerking on a Lambo? Fuck yeah, dude. Hell yeah. I mean, I didn't necessarily know it, but I probably should have known that your family are all characters from GTA. Bam Bam is a family that was created inside of Rockstar Games. You must be related to Diplo. Shout out to Diplo. Your sister was a loading screen? True. It tracks. It tracks. 10-7 must be part Indian with a Kama Sutra coat of arms. Nice. That's right. How you think they got so many of those Indians over there? Kama Sutra. My sister was a loading screen. That's pretty funny. All right, yeah, I guess this is a Muay Thai fight. So again, with the fucking gloves this size of globes. I appreciate that they represent all of the combat sports, or at least all of the major striking sports. How much of a letdown would it be if the main event was submission grappling? Time to take a big swig of vodka and relax. No work tomorrow? Well, you'd be doing that either way, though, right, Sanjay? Sanjay enjoys the vodka. What's your brand, by the way? Because I can certainly recommend a good one, I think, anyway. Forget the one that I liked. It was a Swedish one, I think. I think it was, oh yeah, it was Svedka. That was the one I liked. You're taking tomorrow off? Hell yeah, brother. Good for you. Good for you. I do not have that luxury. I've got a meeting tomorrow. I have 2 meetings tomorrow. I actually have a very important meeting tomorrow. You plead the 5th at the moment? Okay, fair enough. Drinking that aristocrat? Nothing wrong with it, brother. Drinking that Popov? I know all the brands. I know all the cheap brands. I used to like the people that were cheap as fuck and would take cheap vodka and then filter it through an actual regular water filter to try to get it to taste better. All right, there's a little drop. Gonna give him a standing count. No standing count. Cutwater, it's on sale. When I go to Costco, I get the Kirkland brand. Yeah, true. You're drinking the on the cheaper side there. I can appreciate it. Svedka was what we started drinking in high school when we thought we grew out of Smirnoff. We thought it was premium. I mean, it's pretty good though. You know, as far as vodkas go. There was that. There was New Amsterdam. Of course, you probably know from the UFC as they were a sponsor for a while. Goose, I guess, Grey Goose. But I never really liked Grey Goose very much. I liked 3 Olives. That was a brand that was pretty good. Then, of course, there was that shitty Pinnacle vodka, but everybody liked that because they had so many flavors. Stolichnaya. Me and DS had a liquor store that would sell to us underage. Nice. Found a $10 fifth of vodka when that was straight from Russia in a fancy bottle. We convinced the girls that was super expensive. Nice, dude. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. And I bet it worked too. Hell yeah. Glory days. Believe it or not, Sam's and Costco's have some of the best liquor for the best prices. You mean like name brands that they sell for cheaper? Or are you talking about their own brands? Cutwater by you is $14 for a liter. Yeah, that tracks. I was not ever the biggest lover of vodka, but I did drink it, you know. I used to drink a lot of White Russians, so I used to get pretty cheap vodka because it really didn't matter all that much. You know, the Kahlua would mask the terrible taste of it. Ooh, that was a nice counter shot. Ryemjonov. Also, you do not need a membership to buy liquor from Costco or Sam's Club. It's a federal law. Interesting. Okay, good to know. The in-house brands. Oh, really? That's interesting that they have good quality alcohol. The vodka from Costco, specifically the French style, is like world-renowned. Costco tequila is premium. Sam's gin? Really? That is news to me. Sadly, news that no longer matters to me, but good to know. I guess I'll tell my drinking friends. Also use their pharmacies as well. Are they cheaper? Why would the Costco's pharmacies be cheaper? Aren't the drugs the same price? So silent in the venue, you can hear their corners yelling like crazy. Costco pharmacy is hella cheap? How? How could their pharmacy be cheaper? The prices of the drugs don't change. If they like tequila, have them get the Costco Añejo. And Sam's gin is very good, and I'm a gin snob. Oh, there you go. That was more my speed. I was a Tanqueray and Hendrix drinker when I could afford it. What do you think about Rousden decision? Is Brychik tough enough to go long? I don't think so. I think that they're probably setting Rousden up to get the knockout. I would suspect, but it could be Tyler. I don't know. Brychik is not not a dude who, it's certainly a person who is going to lose, I would say, but is he good enough to go the distance? Hard to say. That's kind of my assessment, but my gut would be saying knockout. I'm probably on verdict going to take Rousden by knockout. I've unfortunately heavily slowed down my drinking, though. Probably for the better sometimes, man. Certainly has been for me. You pay less at Costco than you do at Kaiser? Okay. Thoughts on Mermaid Gin? I have not had... What is Mermaid Gin? Is that an actual brand? I've never had it. Vodka lemonade was my speed. Don't drink anymore, though. Yeah. I was always a White Russian drinker. I enjoyed a screwdriver, of course. I liked... I liked Jaeger bombs, of course, but vodka Red Bull was also good. The juniper flavor in gin is too overwhelming for me. No, that's what makes it good, man. Tastes like drinking flowers, I always said. Brychick is so good with the hands, man. I picked Rousden and flipped. Really? That is surprising, dude. Rousden was getting tagged by Brundage. All right. That does track. But you really think that Brychick is that good? That's surprising, but we will see. Mermaid is very citrusy. I like it. I've never had it. Yeah, I've never even heard of Mermaid. Take a look. Mermaid. Oh my God, Bleeding Edge. Bleeding Edge, if you are still in this chat right now, bro, I just opened up my phone and saw your pictures of your ramen. I am so fucking jealous right now. I cannot tell you. Holy shit, that looks amazing. What was I looking? Oh, Mermaid. Mermaid Gin. Oh, yeah, no, I've never seen this before. I like the bottle. Bottle's pretty. Yeah, it's actually a very pretty bottle. I like that bottle a lot. Ah, yeah, there you go. I just dropped my ramen and Mayak egg pics in the Discord. Bro, it looks great. All right. Abrorbeck won the fight. Wes Schultz is fighting in the Perth card. Not a fan. Kind of hope he gets dropped. I mean, he already got dropped by Pinas, bro. He took a shot in the face from the Pinas. I like Rousden moneyline, and I'm thinking about the over or decision. Okay. I'm with it. I think his boxing is elite, good power. He is one-dimensional. I feel like if Rousden grapples, it's over. True. All right, fair enough. Then we will see. Rousden was a guy that I was not instantly sold on, so maybe there's something I'm missing about Brychick. They've got different color ones I always see at Total Wine. True. Yeah, the bottle that I was looking at was blue. I don't know what the other colors signify. Who are your 3 most confident picks? I'd have to look at the card one more time. Let me see. As we get into the main event of this card that we're watching right now. I would probably be pretty confident about Quill and Salkilled. Definitely confident about Marwan Rahiki. Rahiki is absolutely winning. Yeah, he's definitely beating some dude off the street. Some dude who's 4-2. Oh my God. Yeah, Marwan Rahiki is definitely winning. So yeah, I'd be pretty confident in Quillen. Not as confident as Marwan, but definitely Marwan Rahiki. I'm pretty confident in Brando. And let's see on the undercard. Oh, and then probably, and Cody Steele. Yeah, Cody Steele would be my other most confident pick. That's probably going to be my parlay right there. And then possibly taking, what's his name, against Tamba Garimbo. But that's I'm slightly less confident about that one. Jonathan McAuliffe. Yeah. I'm very wishy-washy on that, and weirdly enough, I believe in Rousden a lot earlier and lost a lot of that hope in him. True, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't say that I was, like, made a believer for sure. I'm excited for the Perth card, but I work Saturday, so I will be asleep when it's live. Damn, that sucks, dude. Quillen, Rahiki, McAuliffe, Malkoon. Malkoon, really? That's, damn, okay. Yeah, Quillen and Rahiki, and then I'm also going Cody Steele. That's probably going to be my parlay. I kind of want Bright chick because he has a powerful post speech about never believing in yourself and giving up. True, Johnny. Yes, that is one of the most goated. Never believe in yourself and always give up. Steele is a beast. Yeah, that fight with Rongju is a classic, man. You picked Steele and DS picked Don Marfan. I mean, that was funny. So if you go back and listen to the podcast, when we got to that fight, it was the very last fight because it was the first before they announced Rahiki versus Schmid. And when we started that one, I was like, I thought that Chase was going to be more high on Don Marfan. I was like, oh, yeah, this is a hard one to pick. And he was like, what? I was like, oh, I thought you were glazing that guy based on our last conversation. He's like, nah, dude, that's just the guy that beat the Korean dude. And I was like, yeah, you are right. That was a close fight, too, if you recall. Might have possibly been a robbery that Don Marfan won. So Cody Steele is going to put a fucking hurting on him. Yeah, Don Marfan is cool. He's the street Buddha and all that, but he is nowhere near as good as Cody Steele. No way. Especially if it goes to the ground, it's fucking over, dude. It's going to be over on the feet because Cody Steele, that's the thing about Cody Steele. He's a wrestler that loves to strike. So it's like, he's legitimately one of those guys that has the wrestling in the back pocket, Now you want ramen so bad? I know, bro. Now I do too. Shit. If it wasn't 2:00 in the morning and I didn't have to get up for a meeting tomorrow, I might make some. I like those three. I'm thinking Sal killed KO, but last time he got a KO, he decided to sub him at the last second. True. Yeah, I feel you. I never pick method, bro. It's very rare that I go by method. If I'm going to do anything in that regard, like props, I'm going over or under on striking. You don't know if he'll risk that with Dariush. Depends on how badly he has him hurt. Thoughts on the GOAT, Tony Ferguson versus Armrod Sarukian in a wrestling match? No, not my GOAT. They're not actually talking about that, are they? Please tell me that that's some random shit you just pulled out of your ass. Does Benil retire after Salkill crushes him? I mean, people have been talking about Benil Dariush retiring forever, even though he's not that old. Just because he's not elite anymore doesn't mean that he's like not wanting to fight still. People really think that because he has gray hair that he's like this old man. So I don't think he will retire, but maybe. I mean, anything can happen, I guess. Matt Schnell retired. I've been killing it with the methods lately. Got to try to continue the streak. All right, good luck, brother. It's booked for our... You got to be kidding me right now, 10-7. Please tell me you're trolling. Please tell me you're trolling. Cool troll, bro. Cool troll, bro. He has a ton of fights under his belt? Yeah, he does. But he's like 36. Isn't he? Which, I mean, I know is not young, but I mean, it's not like ancient. Fucking Gerald Mearshart is fighting on the card. Yeah, Benil Dariush is 36 years old. You swear it's official? Bro, no fucking way. No fucking way. Well, at least it's wrestling. But even Arman Sarukian makes wrestling dangerous. He can take Tony Ferguson and launch him off the platform. How the fuck are they rebooking Arman after he did that to poor Uriah Faber? Oh my God, dude. Yeah, I'm looking at the news right now. Arman Sarukian takes on UFC legend at RAF 10. Oh my God. That is fucking insane, dude. That is... Who let that happen? Who let that happen? Tony is too dumb and CTE riddled to know better, and Arman Sarukian is too much of a fucking asshole to say no. This is on the promotion squarely. How the fuck are they letting that happen? That is a fight that should never exist. I don't care what sport it is in. The two of them should not be competing in golf, let alone wrestling. That's real bad. That is really bad. I mean, I guess easy payday for Tony, though, right? Armand takes him down, texts him, it'll be over. Everything you hate him for, they love him for. It brings eyes. I guess so. Yeah, well, see, all right, I'll give you that. You are correct about that, Bleeding Edge, but you cannot tell me that it's not a liability when he's launching people off platforms. If I was Uriah Faber, I might sue over that. Because no matter what the contract says, that is outside the scope of the contract. I could certainly guarantee you that. If he had a lawyer read that contract over, whatever he signed, I guarantee you that being flung off of the side of the platform is not covered in the liability. All right, main event is underway here at ATF Shekhzadeh versus Ramazanov. Let's lock in a little bit for this. This is the main event, so supposedly this should be a good fight. And it is an MMA, so thank God. Tony isn't even a wrestler? That's never stopped them in RAF. Neither is Luke Rockhold, bro. Luke Rockhold had to learn the rules of freestyle wrestling in order to compete in RAF. And I'm not kidding. He said that. You would not mind watching them compete in mini golf? Yeah, but then you'd have to watch Armin do anything. Armin is going to fold my goat into a pretzel and throw him out to the mat. Yeah, he is, brother. Sad to say, that's possibly the easiest pick of all time. If there are any books taking action, I mean, granted, you're gonna, it's gonna be a minus 15,000, so you're gonna be making pennies back, but still, that's about as sure a bet as has ever been made ever. Tony Ferguson is not. Oh, bro, you're not ref. Bro literally just grabbed the cage to get up, and the ref didn't do anything about it. Well, there's your poor refereeing moment for the evening. That was legitimately a cage grab to change position. And the ref saw it and didn't do a fucking thing. All right, off to a good start here. I knew they didn't give a shit when they rebooked him immediately after because of brawl that could end another promotion. Yeah, true. Exactly. You're definitely right, Bleeding Edge. Yeah, that brawl. I mean, granted, takes two to tango, I guess, but still, yeah, that brawl was, that was certainly a big to do. And then him fucking sending Uriah Faber off of the goddamn platform, which is even more dangerous. I mean, Uriah Faber could have been seriously hurt. Both of them could have been seriously hurt, let alone the people underneath them. What if there was an old man sitting beside the mat? What if there was an old man sitting beside that platform? He could have had every bone in his body broken. Hold on, brother, I'm wrestling. Shut up or I'll ankle pick you. Actually, I need to get that on the soundboard too. All right. Got that on the list now. Tony's jits actually would cost points unless they make a different rule set for the match. They're not going to. It is freestyle. It's real American freestyle. RAF must pay well. I mean, it's certainly paying. I'm surprised that they're able to pay any kind of sizable purses, but they do have broadcast deals, and I guess they have sponsors and stuff, so they're making it work somehow. And they're doing the right thing by bringing in known names, Shit, man, I paid for a fucking month of fucking Fox Nation or whatever. So they got money out of me. Ref said, darn, he was too quick. Yo, bro, I'm telling you, dude. That was like a literally egregious cage grab. And the ref looked at it and said, yeah, okay. He really looked at it and said, oh, he's not grabbing anymore after he was already stood up. I would go crazy if Tony Ferguson ankle picks Armin, but it's never going to... Bro, yeah, give me a fucking break, dude. Tony Ferguson is not doing a fucking thing against Armin. Armin by any wrestling he wants to use. The old man was Faber, yeah. Damn. Savage. That is fucking funny, Bleeding Edge. And that old man was Uriah Faber. They have a Fox deal and a beer. Yeah, the beer sponsor. Come on, bro. How much could that beer sponsor be paying? They probably pay the main event and big names well. The other guys probably don't get shit. Yeah, you know, standard combat promotion setup. I would just be curious what those purses are like. And for a lot of the guys, it's easy money because it's, you know, it's not actual combat. You know, no one's actually getting like hurt in it for the most part. You know, a little bit of rolling around, people throwing each other all over the place. The old guys got to worry about moving too dramatically in any direction at a quick pace. You know, they're worried about joint damage more than anything. I would not mind seeing O'Malley versus Ferguson in a bong hit competition. Tony Ferguson? I don't think he's a big weed smoker. I'll imagine if RAF books BJ Penn next against Arman Sarukian. I mean, shit, dude. Is BJ Penn even a free man right now? Wasn't he ordered to undergo psychological evaluations and shit? I thought he was getting put in jail. All right, some decent striking in this main event. Is this a 5-round fight or is this a 3-round fight for this main event? No weight cut, no fight. I'd do it for 10 racks if I was important. Marab, Aljo, Armin, Bo, Colby, they have to pay well, true. Yeah, I mean, well enough to do it for, like I said, an easy night at the office. That's why fucking Rockhold did it. I think Penn is in a padded room, but I may be wrong. Yeah, I don't think you're far off. All right, these big boys are already tired in round 2. That was a good straight to the face. Nice uppercut. I mean, technically they do have to cut weight, though, 10-7. That's why Yoel Romero didn't compete. Bo Nickel turned him down. Oh! Uh-oh. Shekhzadeh goes down. Ramazanov just falls on top of him. These two big blobby dudes. I don't know if they're fighting at heavyweight, but they certainly look like they are. Imagine they choose a random old man against unapologetic Arman Sarukian. They did. His name is Tony Ferguson. I hate to break it to you, brother. Arman versus Romero would be interesting. They have weight classes, though. Like, it's not open weight. Oh, my God. Please be active on this top control right now, dude. Bro, hammer fist, brother. Dude is laying on top of him in side control. Most of the UFC guys are wrestling like 20 pounds over the weight they fight at. Oh, well, true. Yeah, that does track. That tracks. Yoel probably just puts on so much more weight than before. Yeah, that definitely tracks, dude. How Yoel was ever making weight ever is, you know, hard to believe. But, yeah. Oh. Ramazanov trying to finish this fight. Ground and pound going. Oh, Shekhzadeh about to be out. Finally getting active on top here. Brother, finish him. Oh, my God. Shekhzadeh rolls over. Knees to downed opponents? Looks like no. Romero would throw Armin off the platform. Yoel's genetics. Yeah, exactly, man. Genetics and fucking steroids in the womb. It's not open weight, but when it's not open weight, but when Henry fell out, they tried to get Merab to wrestle Armin. I guess they'll make exceptions to the open weight thing, huh? At least it's somewhat in the ballpark. I would suspect that Merab's walking weight is probably close enough. And if Armin was, not tremendously fat, then, it makes sense. Oh, Shekzade about to get finished over here. Oh, head and arm. Oh, he's got it. Perfect position for it, too. Can he do it? I mean, this is exactly the position for this. He's out. He did it. Ramazanov, sit that man on the beanbag. Woo.
Oh, that boy got a beanbag.
Ooh, that's a beanbag. That is a beanbag. Head and arm triangle beanbag for Ramazanov. Very nice. Thank God, a finish to end the card. I will take it. They should book Ngannou versus Arman Sarukian. I like that. I mean, we all know that Francis is a god-tier grappler after his fight with Cyril Gane. Grappling only Arman destroys Francis. It's probably not too far off. You're not wrong. I mean, to be perfectly honest, Armin destroys 99% of the planet when it comes to wrestling and grappling. Armin is one of the most skilled wrestlers I've ever seen in my life. And I hate saying that. I take no joy in that. But a fact is a fact. Armin is amazing at wrestling. All right. Ramazanov getting the beanbag in the main event. Gotta love it. See this hand getting raised, and then we will close this thing on out because it is 2 o'clock in the morning local time, and I got work to do tomorrow. He couldn't take down Islam? Yeah. Islam's in that 1% that he couldn't actually beat because Islam is the pound for pound best fighter in the world. So, it kind of tracks. I also hate to say it as well, but he is also a very aggressive grappler as well. Yeah, definitely that. Yeah. No, he goes for it. All of that asshole energy that he carries with himself outside of the cage, he has inside of the cage too. All right, this Turkish dude is yelling up a storm here. Even Charles got on top of Armin a couple of times. Yeah, I mean, over the course of a fight, it's going to happen. And Charlie is also an elite grappler, so, Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Exactly. I mean, Charles grappling is special, though. I mean, you're talking about, like, other elites right now. You know what I mean? You're talking about, like, the highest caliber fighters on the planet that are making him work for it, And Charles couldn't sub him. So, All right. Well, that will about do it for ATF, not a bad card. A little bit long. I'd say that the pacing was part of the problem here. But pretty good card overall. We'll let these highlights play out as I bid you all a fond farewell for the evening. Thank you guys so much, as always, for hanging out with me for this one. This has been awesome. Appreciate all of the great conversation that you guys always bring to the chat, so thank you for that. Of course, as I said, probably not going to be any videos out this week because we got to come back for more streaming tomorrow night. So we'll be doing Game Bread Bare Knuckle, and then we will be doing UFC at 4 o'clock in the morning. So, you know, just make sure that you're there for those. If you're going to be watching, would love to hang out with you for those. Of course, yamashow.com for all your merchandise needs. Make sure you go to yamashow.com, get yourself a piece of Yama merchandise. You will be the best dressed person on the planet if you do that, or at least have the coolest stickers. Podcast is on Monday nights, of course. We'll be doing that Monday after the UFC card. We'll be talking all about Perth after it happens. And that is about it, I believe. So as we let this play out here, got about 30 seconds. Trying to think if there's anything else I wanted to tell you about. No. I mean, I guess, you know, shout out to the 10-7 MMA hanging out this evening. If you're not subscribed to them, make sure you subscribe to their channel as well. And, of course, subscribe to Chase Parton. Chase has been doing some really cool solo stuff on there. Always support the homies. And, yeah, all right, we got the broadcast bars, so I'm going to call that a done deal. There it is. All right, guys. Again, like I said, thank you so much. Make sure that you like, subscribe if you're new. You know, make sure you like the stream before you leave. Other than that, have a great rest of your night, a great rest of your week, and as always, fight on.
Game.